Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Nagy szeretettel köszöntöm Önöket, és örülök, hogy ilyen szép számban elfogadták a meghívásunkat. Magyarország az elmúlt évtizedben mintegy 10 000 milliárd forinthoz jutott hozzá az EU alapjaiból. Nem kell sokáig magyaráznom, hogy ez óriási összeg. Az uniós támogatások aránya a nemzeti jövedelemben, tehát a bruttó hazai termék arányában folyamatosan nő, és 2016-ban ez az arány elérte.
To the GDP, in 2016 it amounted for the 6% of the GDP. 90% of public investment is covered by EU funds in Hungary, and this is the second biggest ratio in the EU. The first is in Slovakia. So this is of utmost importance to spend this amount in a regular way. Transparency International made researches and surveys in this field, and our surveys uncovered that EU projects are overpriced by 25%. However, there were cases where this ratio was 6 to 5.
Lehetne gördülékenyebb. Az OLAF egy évben 200-300 ügyben vizsgálódik. Ebből Magyarországra vonatkozóan egyetlen évben, 2015-ben 14 esetben tárt fel
cases to uncover. However, only one case was indicted. And between 2008 and 2015, Olaf proposed in 28 cases for the Hungarian judicial systems to raise charges. However, it happened only once, and one verdict was made. So law enforcement authorities would have a lot to do. However, they are not efficient in the fight against corruption. That's why Transparency International Hungary believes that the establishment of the European Public Procurement Office would increase the efficiency of the fight against corruption. The European Commission has a proposal which is supported by 16 member states, and this European Public Procurement Office could be established in the framework of an enhanced cooperation. However, this would not lead to the realization of the objective to be able to raise charges in all the member states. The new Public Procurement Office would not have a mandate to operate in all the member states. Just think about the United Kingdom and some of the EU founders, such as Italy and the Netherlands, who would like to withdraw from the scope of the office. So this withdrawal might result in different effects, obviously. Of course, the establishment of the European Public Prosecutor's Office will not be decided here in this conference. However, I'm sure that we will hear several relevant arguments in this case. And today's conference is about the introduction of good practice in the combat of corruption. And I hope that in the future Hungary will be more effective in this fight. Thank you for your attention.
Such a frequently occurring opportunity. The next lecture is going to be given by Mr. Gábor Zubko, Head of Representation of the European Commission to Hungary. So I would like to welcome you, and the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also a great honor for me to welcome the speakers and the guests of this conference. First of all, I would like to thank Transparency International Hungary for organizing this event, for taking the trouble to do so, and for also carrying out professional work at the highest caliber and making sure that these issues are kept on the agenda, because it is in the utmost interest of all of us to discuss these key issues. I encourage all the professionals working for TI and other NGOs to keep up the good work. One of the great challenges and great difficulties of similar events is that people are sometimes expected to, give you bullet point list of all the issues related to corruption that we have to talk about repeatedly. I think it is worth repeating these points because it's all about the success of the economy and transparency at the level of society. Corruption is still one of the greatest challenges our society faces. The level of corruption might be different in various member states, but nevertheless we can say that it harms the economy, the investment, the internal market in all EU members and also slows down economic growth while diverting resources away from a more efficient use of public funds. It also decreases the public funds available for investment. There is insecurity that corruption generates, and there are also extra costs. As a consequence, the attractiveness of given countries decreases for investors, further decreasing the competitiveness of the countries. This also has harmful effects on the competitiveness of the countries and decreasing the tax income, further decreasing the scope for public services and public service investments. But this is not the only level where you can and should measure the impact of corruption. There are also other hidden costs, for example, opportunity costs that are manifest in loss of economic performance, in loss of efficiency and productivity. But furthermore, there are still more important issues we have to talk about. Corruption disrupts confidence and trust in public institutions, thus reducing the potential of these institutions to provide the required public services, and this is bad for the whole ecosystem of public institutions. This also undermines sustainable development. What we really need is transparency, because that is good for the economy, for competitivity, for reduces tax evasion, makes the use of public funds more efficient, and strengthens the rule of law. Thus, competition improves in the market of goods and services because the barriers to trade are reduced through transparency. Transparency is also a requirement, a mandatory requirement for reforming the entire field of public institutions. This is a struggle against bias in the decisions taken by officials and authorities. And also, there is a point I would like to make with reference to an analysis that Transparency International implemented. Only about 23% of Hungarian citizens would like to see fight against anti-corruption fight and anti-fraud fight. We need policies, but also we need implementation at the appropriate level. This can have an impact on policies at the national level and at the EU level. This is also reflected in the founding documents and treaties of the Union, which call for action at the EU level against fraud and corruption. This is obviously the issue that we are going to discuss today. However, there are country-specific recommendations and anti-fraud and anti-corruption efforts are more and more recommended to all member states. Also, a network of expertise with the proper workshops and exchange of ideas is fostered at the European level. In the present condition of the economy and the budget, we need to increase transparency. Citizens and businesses alike expect the EU and the member states to provide protection from organized crime, from money laundering and corruption and tax evasion. Corruption itself has, of course, according to the various estimates available, the hidden costs are at a level of 120 billion euros, which is basically at the same order of magnitude as the entire budget of the EU. Thus, this represents about 1% of the budget of the EU. Anti-corruption fraud requires a broad spectrum of actions. We need prevention and efficiency. We need the institutions to be given the tools to shed light on corruption events, and we need to make it possible for the institutions to take issues to court. Also, member states should be able to learn from each other. They have, or many of them have, developed many good practices. That's why I think it's a great example, a great opportunity for all of us to be able to learn from the example from Romania. However, there are no solutions that would fit all, and we need to learn of the local conditions. For example, in the Netherlands, an independent body was created to support the integrity policies of public institutions. The Romanian system of declarations on personal finances and interests is also an idea that we should all learn from. Concerning recurring events, we can learn from the UK and Ireland, Slovenia and Croatia, and even Portugal and Estonia introduced open and public databases and a system of electronic public acquisitions to fight corruption. The introduction of e-acquisitions or public acquisitions is one of the policies recommended for Hungary by the EU. This can also improve the quality of competition. Corruption risks are also harmful for the Hungarian business environment. According to the World Economic Forum, from the perspective of business activities, corruption is the second most problematic factor for the Hungarian economy. Public institutions would need a system of integrity, professional ethical trainings, and cost analysis or risk analysis. This should also be implemented successfully, and also it's important to monitor and observe the outcomes in the future. And furthermore, naturally, of course, we need further steps. We need to think about the recommendations of the European Union's analysis or the Greco from 2015, all of which show that there is room for improving the efficiency of anti-fraud struggles in Hungary. Open Society also made a survey which shows that there is still a limited extent to which Hungarian citizens can get access to public decisions and so forth. These are all very important tasks that are important, and not only in the context of anti-fraud fight. The Rome Declaration was accepted recently at the 60th anniversary of founding the European communities, and their heads of states and governments unanimously dedicated themselves to a flourishing Europe for growth and a strong interconnected internal market which opens doors and paves the path for innovation, commerce, businesses, especially SMEs, and also structural reforms and the creation of the monetary union, putting us on a path toward sustainable development. All of us realizes that this will only work if we can also reduce corruption risks working together. This objective will be closer as a result of this conference. I wish you a fruitful day. National Anti-Corruption Directorate is the key institutions, and we are lucky enough to have Mrs. Laura Kodruta-Kövesi, who is the Chief Prosecutor and the head of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate, and I am trustful that we'll learn about how.
22 years. In a few days, I will be 44 years old. So, for half of my life, I have been a prosecutor. I was General Prosecutor of Romania for 6 years, and in the last 4 years, I led DNA. Therefore, in the last years, I have been actively involved in the fight against corruption and in the reform of the judicial reforms. From this point of view, I would like to present to you today our experience in the field of combating corruption, the challenges, the good practices, and our solutions to be more efficient in this field. 10-15 years ago, corruption used to be a systemic problem in Romania. It was a generalized phenomenon which was met in almost all fields of activity: education, healthcare, or public procurements. At that time, investigations did not involve high-level corruption. It seems there were only petty corruption cases, and the investigations usually targeted police officers, doctors, or small-level civil servants. In 2005, faced with such challenges, the Romanian state had to offer a credible response to this major risk for its citizens. Therefore, the solution at that time was to set up DNA, a specialized structure in combating high-level corruption. Let's see what the fight against corruption meant in 2006 and what it means now, and I will present you very briefly some relevant statistics. In 2006, only 360 people were sent to trial. As you can see, after 10 years, DNA sent to trial 3 times more people. When speaking about the efficiency in fighting corruption, it is not enough to present only the investigated cases or the number of indicted people. It is more relevant to present the number of convicted people. The number of those convicted by courts increased by more than 5 times in 10 years. A problem for us for a long time was the fact that the trials were delayed for years. Sometimes it took 7 or 8 years to try a corruption case. The main reasons for delaying cases were the legislative obstacles. For instance, a legislative problem that helped the defendants to postpone cases for many years referred to exception of non-constitutionality. When a defendant raised such an exception, the case was suspended until the Constitutional Court decided if the exception could be admitted or not. As a result, the trials were delayed by 1 or 2 years, and they began only after the decision of Constitutional Court was ruled. In the meantime, the legislation has been amended. The number of successful investigations has increased year after year, as well as the importance and position of the investigated people. Only in 2016, DNA indicted more than 1,200 people. Among them, as you can see, 3 ministers, 6 senators, 11 deputies, and more than 400 people with management and control positions. Moreover, the number of convicted people who had important positions in public institutions has increased. For instance, only in 2016, the courts convicted 1 minister. I think this is the good slide. 1 minister, 2 senators, 8 deputies, and 5 presidents of county council. According to the law, DNA is the only prosecutor's office in Romania that can investigate the offenses against the financial interest of the European communities. In the last year, DNA indicted 327 people for this kind of crimes. The damage in the cases in which these people were indicted is more than 40 million euro. In the last years, the conviction rate in our cases had been constantly over 90%. This proves the objective and efficient character of the investigations conducted by DNA. This rate is also a testimony to the fact that we have been concerned with respecting people's fundamental rights and procedural guarantees, enforcing the law fairly. An obvious sign of DNA's independence and efficiency is represented by the fact that only in 2016, DNA requested the Parliament's approval for the pre-trial detention of 6 members of the Parliament and submitted 11 requests for approval of criminal investigation against ministers and former ministers. 4 requests were denied. The vote of the Parliament has blocked the course of justice. In those cases, law could not be enforced equally for all the people involved. The members of the Parliament do not have to justify the denial of the waiving the immunity. Therefore, it is difficult for me to tell you why there have been denials of waiving the immunity in our cases. During 2013 and 2016, DNA indicted 1 Prime Minister, 1 Deputy Prime Minister, and 8 ministers. In the same period, the courts ruled final conviction decisions against 1 Prime Minister and 6 ministers. These statistics prove that DNA was active in combating high-level corruption. In Romania, the minister's immunity is provided for crimes committed during their mandate, but it is not limited to the time they hold office within the government. It is immunity for life. If a crime committed by a minister is discovered after he or she is no longer a member of the government, he or she continues to enjoy immunity, even though they are no longer ministers. Waiving the immunity of a minister in Romania is an act done by the president of the country when the minister who committed the crime is not also a member of the parliament. If the minister in question is also a member of the parliament, then the immunity is waived by the Senate or the Chamber of Deputies, depending on the chamber to which the minister belongs. Whenever the request of waiving the immunity is denied, the minister cannot be prosecuted and the investigation must be closed. For instance, in a case, a minister was suspected of having received around 45,000 euros in exchange for influencing his subordinates to award some contracts to certain companies. DNA requested the Chamber of Deputies to waive the immunity, but the chamber denied the prosecutor's request. Therefore, the investigation could not continue against the minister in question, but it continued against 2 other people involved in the case, people who had served 2 years and 6 months imprisonment. However, the minister could not be investigated because his immunity has not been waived. It is obvious that in this case, we cannot speak about equality before the law. This is the reason why we do believe that the legislation should be amended and ministers' immunity should be limited to the time of their mandate. When speaking about efficiently combating corruption, recovering the proceeds of crime represents an important component. I have recently read a study made in a European country, and it shows that defendants prefer to spend time in prison than to lose their fortune or their money. In 2016, DNA ordered ensuring measures for over 600 million euro. The budget of DNA is around 40 million euro. Well, joking, I can tell you that we work in profit. Many times we have seen in our cases that indicted people had huge benefits or opened bank accounts in other jurisdictions. This is the reason why DNA sent over 80 international mutual legal assistance requests for collecting evidence or identifying goods. As a result, we were able to seize two properties in France amounting to 3 million euro. In Spain, we seized 2 pieces of real estate which are worth more than €500,000 euro. How have we achieved these results? In my view, there are 3 important premises for efficiently combating corruption: the independence of judicial system, specialized structure, and appropriate legislation that offers efficient tools. I will start with the first and most important one, the independence of the judiciary. The DNA's prosecutors are independent in their activity. They are not subordinated to the Minister of Justice, to the Parliament, or to any other public authority. They may open and conduct investigations, and they may rule solutions without anyone trying to interfere in their activity. Of course, this independence comes together with responsibility. There is a double check of our activity. The first and most important one is the judicial control. All the measures and solutions decided by prosecutors can be checked by judges. Judges authorize the preventive measures, the measures ordering wiretapping or checking bank accounts. In the meantime, our activity is also checked by the Judicial Inspection, an independent body under the authority of Superior Council of Magistracy. If someone considers that a prosecutor does not respect the law in his or her activity, then the person in question can submit a complaint to the Judicial Inspection and a verification is started. Another important premise in combating corruption has been the organization of DNA. This represented a novelty for our judicial system. We have prosecutors, police officers, and technical experts. In 2014, the Anti-Corruption Report of the European Union presents DNA as one of the 5 examples of best practices at EU level. DNA is an independent body within the General Prosecutor's Office attached to High Court of Cassation and Justice. That means Supreme Court of Romania. It has its own budget. The prosecutors who work within DNA must have 6 years' experience as a prosecutor. They must have good professional knowledge and skills and very high standards of ethics. The police officers are employees of DNA. They are paid by DNA. They are not subordinated or connected in any way to the National Police, to the Chief of Police, or to the Minister of Interior. They are only subordinated to the Chief Prosecutor of DNA and carry out the orders received from the prosecutors. The specialists are also employees of DNA. They make experts reports that can be used as evidence in the criminal files. We have specialists in finances, banks, public procurement, IT, and other fields. Another important premise was the legislation that provides efficient investigative tools in combating corruption. In our investigations, we may use special investigative methods, such as the undercover investigator, surveillance of bank accounts, wiretapping, or access to IT systems. Another important legal provision regards the extended confiscation. It was introduced in our legislation in 2012, and it is very useful in terms of assets recovery. Sometimes the defendants have goods on the name of other people, very often on the name of their mothers or sister, thus being very difficult to confiscate these assets from them. For example, we had cases when the defendants were caught receiving a bribe of 50,000 euro. When we checked their fortune, we saw that they had a lot of houses and cars or money in their bank accounts, and they could not justify the income. At that time, we only could confiscate those 50,000 euro. Now, having the extended confiscation, we can also confiscate the goods owned by the third parties. The requirements which must be met in order to apply the extended confiscation are as follows. The committed crime should produce a material benefit, and the punishment provided by the law for the crime in question should be of 4 years or higher of imprisonment. At the same time, we must prove that their income cannot objectively justify the wealth. According to the law, we can apply the extended confiscation only for the goods that were owned in the last 5 years. These are the main challenges for our work at this moment. Any of these can influence the efficiency of the fight against corruption. The first one is the immunities regime. I have already presented the situation regarding this issue. For us, the prosecutor's independence and the institutional stability, the ensuring of the legislative tools, represent the most important challenges in combating corruption. Moreover, it is critical for the administration of justice not to be obstructed by the people who feel threatened by these investigations. There have been repeated attempts to limit the efficiency of the investigations by amending the anti-corruption legislation, by restraining the investigative tools, or by denying the waiving of immunity. Most of these did not succeed due to the reaction of the general public and of the civil society. Another challenge refers to preventive measures. DNA does not have jurisdiction to adopt or implement preventive measures. We have seen in our activity that in absence of some clear preventive measures, corruption in public institutions shows the same repetitive actions. For example, each year we had civil servants arrested for committing corruption crimes related to public procurements. We have seen that typologies are the same. Punishing the corrupt public officials is not enough to eradicate the phenomenon. This is the reason why it is essential to double our investigation with the preventive measures in order to have good results in combating corruption. So, this is Romania's experience, but I am sure that we can also learn from you the best practices, challenges, and good solutions for being more efficient in combating high-level corruption. Thank you for your attention.
Fraud Office, Director General.
The clock, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for this occasion to participate in this discussion. I hope two-way discussion. I'm looking forward also to the participation of the audience in this. And thank you for the opportunity to say some few words after many words have been said about us over the last months, also here in Hungary. But I want to go on with the contribution that have been already significantly made in a discussion to see where the, let's say, where the problems are and what we can do all together into fighting corruption and getting rid of it. So I've been asked to say some few words, and I will try to give my contribution on, first of all, to identify some trends of the corruption. Some trends that we have seen. I've been in Olaf. Okay, you also made a coming out with 22 years prosecutor. Okay, I am a public prosecutor. I'm an Italian public prosecutor, not for 22 years. I've not been so lucky, but for quite a long time. And I've been head of Olaf for already almost 7 years. So what have we seen from, let's say, this privileged observatory also, national one, and now European one, when it comes to the trends of corruption? I want to highlight two main trends, maybe the most worrying ones, the most, not only the most significant, but the most dangerous ones for us, the most challenging ones. So the first one is that we see very clearly from Olaf. We have seen the increase of this dimension in the 7 years of Olaf, the transnational nature of corruption. We do not stress this enough. We start from a perspective, all of us as national prosecutors, lawyers, politicians, journalists, with a national perspective. We have been born and grown up in the national perspective. Nothing wrong with it, it's natural, but actually we have to recognize that addressing from an investigative point of view, from a political point of view, from a media point of view, addressing corruption purely with the national perspective, we miss the point. We risk to miss the point, and we risk not to address properly the phenomenon of corruption. Corruption has many faces. Corruption is a way to do any business. When I talk here about transnational corruption, I'm referring to the grand corruption, or to the systemic corruption, to the most significant corruption, the most dangerous one, the most impact one, and the most hidden one. And this one has increasingly and mostly a transnational dimension. What do I mean by transnational dimension? Obviously, the person corrupted is one person, or one person is one public official, and a public official is a public official in one country. But actually, the other subject, the one who pays the bribe, might not be of the same country. Let's talk about economic corruption for winning a big tender. So normally, when we refer a corruption in, let's say, Hungary, okay, a case, metro case, it's okay, it's an Hungarian case. But the ones who paid the bribe were not Hungarian. So we have a problem, we might have a problem in Hungary, just to make an example, but the same problem we have somewhere else. The corruption is a bilateral issue. It's a bilateral crime, actually. But it's not only this. So we see more and more that the big corruption sees many actors, and the actors are not to be referred to the same country. But it's not only this. Some actors, like big companies, are transnational or multinational by nature. the big international companies which are doing business and sometimes also illegal business are of transnational nature. And most importantly, the way the corruption crime is committed involves many countries. In order to pay a bribe, you do not pay the bribe in the same country where the public official has to be corrupted or where the company or the economic operator is based. You pay the bribe somewhere else through some other companies that are controlled by you but not directly referable to you. You pay the bribe hidden by a fake contract and you pay the money not to the public official, but to a company which is controlled by the public official or owned by the public official somewhere else in another country. And you pay on a bank account normally in a country where the controls on the bank are very low. And the assets that the corrupted person gets are, of course, in another country, as you have already pointed out. So actually, in order to detect the grand corruption, which is committed on purpose in many countries, which is implemented or by actions or hidden by actions in several countries, the purely national perspective of a single national investigative body is insufficient. Most of this corruption gets undetected because if you look something from too close, you miss the picture. If we want to know how this building is, you cannot look at this wall. You can look at this wall, but you don't get any idea that the big building is fake or is ugly or you don't know. And this is what actually happens. And this we can say because we have, as Olaf, a bit larger perspective. So we can see sometimes the connections because we are not so close. But we can say so also because when we discover some cases, like the Metro case, because I'm in Hungary, but when I'm in another country, I have another case to make a reference, like this, some cases where the corruption has been conducted, implemented in several member states. When we discover these cases, you know what is our thought? My God, how many of these cases we have not seen? And this we can say because sometimes, even us, which we are a bit privileged because we have this larger perspective, we discover this by chance or because we are lucky. So occasionally. So my point is still in the present setting of the anti-corruption detection, investigation, prosecution, so much linked with the national perspective, we are missing largely the grand picture, and we are missing mostly the grand corruption, which is on purpose conducted on an international level. Even when we discover it, our first thought is how many of these cases we do not know. So we have sometimes, even at the European level, the impression that we are just scratching the surface of the most dangerous corruption because of the international nature of the crime, which goes together with the international nature of the financial market, and because the disproportion of the national, fragmented, insufficient perspective and still outdated, it goes back to 19th century, national perspective of the investigation. Then I will come with some remedies or possible remedies. But the second trend I want to attract your attention is the most, maybe not the most common, but for sure the most worrying one trend of the corruption that we can see, is the connection of the corruption, of the grand corruption, if you want to say so, with a non-transparent governance, with an unbalanced democracy or democratic systems. I tried this morning to find the right words. Now I try to explain what I want to say. I have the impression, okay, on the basis of the experience of these years, that the most worrying challenge we have to face, also in the investigation, is when we see in some countries, in some democracies, in many, in some systems, that the corruption is, let's say, closely linked to the way the country is governed. So it's closely linked to the governance. It's one of the way the power is exercised in a country. The government of a country is working. I make an example, okay? All countries are different. Just to explain what I want to say, I make an example on Italy. So cannot be blamed. Okay, on Italy of the 90s, of the late 90s. So to be safe in a way, and we are never safe. But okay, when we speak in public, somebody remember Mani Pulite, okay, clean hands, okay. Okay, I also refer to my personal experience as a national prosecutor, so it's easier for me. But at a certain moment, it came out by investigation of many prosecutors in many cities in Italy, that the party system, so it was not the government as such, it was at that time the party financing of all the parties, or almost all the parties, in different ways, or the political parties, was systematically connected with corruption. Actually, it's easy. It's the tenders, the public tenders. You want to win a tender, you pay a percentage to a party, and then you win the tender. In the 90s, it was like this in Italy. I suspect that it's more or less the same over the time, also in other countries. So there's an example of systematic corruption. By the way, you don't need to pay much, kind of 3%, 4%. When they started being higher, then it became, there was a bit of resistance in the economic operator, and then the investigation could start because people were not so prone to pay too much when they started being too greedy. So, but this is an example where corruption is part of the governance, of a country. Not necessarily the government, but the way the power is exercised, the way a democracy is kind of working. And that's very dangerous, and to a certain extent is not sustainable. In fact, it was not sustainable in Italy. It has been discovered, it has been dismantled, and the biggest Italian parties, or the biggest Italian party, collapsed because of this. But there has been a reaction. That's also an important part of it. You need, in this system, in this country, in this society, you need anticorps, you say in English. So you need the possibility to react, or institutions which are able to react. I will come back to this. So this is an example. Okay, let's make another example. Ukraine. We have the impression that, let's talk about the past. Let's not talk about the present. I don't make any reference to the present situation of Ukraine, but the recent past. It's rather clear that there were some oligarchs which were, let's say, to say the least, very well connected with the ones in charge in the government. And let's say the connection was corruption. Based on corruption. And at a certain moment, since there were no institutional reactions or anti-corps, the system has collapsed, not because of the prosecutor, like in Italy, but because of the civil society, but an uprising, Maidan. Actually, Maidan started with when the government at that time, the president at that time, changed at the last moment its view on its intention to approach the European Union. But then it has gone on, Maidan, and it has been successful because people was fed up by the corruption, by the systemic corruption. So, but also we have this problem of non-transparency, so this connection of corruption with non-transparent system, non-transparent governance. Maybe also, in a different way, of course, also in Hungary. I just want to refer to the Open Budget Survey, so I can put the blame on someone else. But the Open Budget Survey, which is a survey which look at the budget transparency, participation, oversight, has ranked Hungary the last. So, non-transparency of a governance, non-transparency of the budget, or allergy to control, independent control system and independent controls body, independent judiciary are the trend, the worrying trends of systemic corruption, which gets undetected, which tends to get pervasive, and which might tend to be, or will be, non-sustainable. So dangerous for a society, dangerous for a country. On the medium term, at least, or a medium, if not longer term. Look at the populism, let's say, or populistic, what we call populistic reaction we have in many member states. There is the perception, might be wrong, might be partially wrong, might be also right, of many voters in many countries, that the system is corrupted. So, and then the reaction might be the wrong one, but there is a reaction, which is what we call the populistic reaction. But it's often based on the perception that there is this systemic corruption, on a non-transparent governance, non-fully balanced democracy. And when I say non-fully balanced democracy, I mean a democracy which is, let's say, allergic or doesn't allow independent controls body, independent judiciary. Romania is in this, so as you just mentioned, we have seen there is an independent body, there is a reaction, institutional reaction, but there is the reaction to the reaction, actually. So it's in the middle of this struggle. So what we need then, to come to a conclusion, if the two trends are the transnational dimension and the connection of the corruption with a non-transparent and non-balanced democracy, what we need is more transnational dimension of the investigation. OLAF is a limited part of this, is transnational, is European. Because of this, we are in a better position to discover transnational, and so the most dangerous corruption, but of course we are limited. What we need is much more than this. We need a transnational jurisdiction. Also, the transnational or the international cooperation is limited by nature because still it requires national approaches which talk with each other, but still national approaches, many fragments working together. What we need is one entity working together. So working together, so working globally, working transnational. We need a European jurisdiction, which is the proposal of the European Public Prosecutor, which has been already refused by Hungary. You mentioned Italy. Italy will join at the end. I'm not talking on behalf of Italy, but I know Italy will join. And Italy has expressed some reserves on this project of the public prosecutor for the opposite reasons as Hungary, actually because they see it as too weak, maybe with some reasons. So we need a European-wide reaction to a transnational problem, like the corruption. And we need a more transparent, more democratic, more balanced governance, and we need independent bodies to investigate and to react to corruption. This is also a little bit the role of Olaf. Mr. Martin has been so kind to tell you the numbers and what we do, so I can skip this part. But you see, I think at the end of 7 years that the most important role of Olaf, or let's say a significant role of Olaf, is not the one of how many investigations we do, because how many we do? We have doubled our yearly investigation. We do 250 investigations a year. But even if we did 500, okay, I mean, we don't solve any problem. We just scratch the surface. Okay, we solve single situation. But we cannot do all at European level and all by ourselves. It's unthinkable. But I think the most significant role of some cases is what I would call the symbolic role, or the support role, or the incitement role of Olaf in some situations, like Hungary. Metro case. Okay, I can't talk about it because it was already on all the press, so I will go back to it. Okay, we have discovered one case of corruption. Good. But actually, I think it's more important the symbolic value of it. That is, you have someone from outside coming here and discovering something at your home. Why haven't you discovered by yourself? You should have done so. Or actually, you should have prevented it as well. So, but if you couldn't prevent it, why haven't you discovered it? Or the role of Olaf also in Hungary, and not only in Hungary, but since I'm in Hungary and talk about Hungary, is to work with the national authorities, with the Prosecutor General Office, with the national investigative bodies, and saying, and this is what I did over these 2 years with the national judiciary and investigators in Hungary, and say, look, why don't we have some other cases? Why don't we do these cases together? And this is what we are trying to do, actually. Of course, I will not tell you on what. But we have some ongoing investigations together with them. We let them open these investigations together with us. That's what I call the incitement role, the support role of Olaf. Maybe they wouldn't have opened this investigation if we haven't asked them to do so. But now what we try to do is to do it together, helping each other, and in this way also letting them react. This we have done in several other countries, in Romania as well. In other countries, sometimes the national authorities, some national investigators have asked us, why don't you join our investigation? I say, you are doing by yourself, what's the problem? Yeah. And the problem, so the issue is that they ask us to join their investigations because they were approaching high-level power and they wanted to be protected by putting the blame on us. So to do the investigation, that's what we do. So the role of Olaf is a significant role of Olaf, apart from the single investigation or cases that we discover, is to insight to support the national reaction, the national authorities to deal with the properly and in an independent way with the national cases of corruption. So when I came here, I saw on many streets some big signs, "Stop Brussels." This was the only thing I could understand, but "Stop Brussels" was quite clear. So let me finish by saying, okay, I think they wanted to say "Stop Europe." So first of all, Europe is not Brussels, please. I am Italian, you are Hungarian, you are Romanian, so we are all Europe. Stop Europe? Why stop Europe or stop the European Union? What we need also for fighting corruption is not stopping Brussels to put its nose here, but we need more Europe, also for fighting the corruption altogether, which is is not Hungarian corruption, is a transnational, is European phenomenon, which we can effectively deal with all together and only at a European level. So we need more Europe, and also we need a bit more of Europe in order to be able to deal in an independent way, in an efficient way, with all the national corruptions. So I hope this message, at least, it's quite clear. And we need, all together, we need each other. Alone, at a European level or at a national level, we don't go anywhere, not even in fighting corruption. Thank you very much.
Giovanni Kessler told me this morning that he wouldn't use any slides or papers and his presentation would be long. Yes, apparently it was long and we are a little bit delayed. But we've heard many important thoughts and I hope we can come back to this presentation later in the question and answer section. We have another presentation here. I don't think I'll have to introduce you Mr. Péter Tölgyesi, who is a constitutional lawyer as well as a thinker and philosopher, and he is going to talk about the past, present and future of corruption in Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference that we are participating is about the most important front line of Hungarian political life. This is the greatest front, this is the greatest battlefield for Hungarian public life today. Researchers, scholars, scientists are measuring surveying the opinion of professionals in all walks of life about corruption. And everybody seems to agree that corruption has been on the increase since the regime change in 1990 and has been multiplied manifold with the second regime change, with the institution of the second and third Orbán government. People have undergone and experienced a great shift in Hungarian political life in 2010, and that is the point where the parties that used to follow the way of doing politics that is done in the West was basically thrown out the window, and basically the only remaining difference between parties in Hungary is related to corruption, and basically parties are saying that the other ones are corrupt. It's all about, corruption. In Hungary, we have been accustomed to a situation when it's only the corruption of the other side that hurts. It's not me and not my party, but your party that's corrupt, and that's what hurts the country. And we are accustomed to this situation. People don't care about corruption as such. It's about corruption done by their political enemies. And basically there's also a very extended gray zone. Everything is done in the gray zone and everything is related to corruption. What are the reasons? If I want to give you an understanding, I have to go back historically many centuries. It has been established practice in Hungary that the way to get rich was to A, do military career, or B, become a politician. There was no market-based recipe for success in Hungary. There were two ways. And there were two ways to get out of this scheme or this state of affairs. One was the Prussian experiment. That was an experiment to create a strong centralized police state, a monarchy, which was not a democratic state as well. And it is only the will of the ruler that counts, and there's no corruption in the system. People who have a desire to become corrupt will be taken by the police. And actually this experiment was quite successful. The second experiment was done by the Anglo-Saxon countries. You know, if you take a look at how political life worked in the United States 150 years ago, a century and a half, barely, you know, deputies were paid money for their votes, and you could buy ministers. Here, the experiment was based in market performance. You know, it was basically the very market actors that paved the way to a situation where corruption is much reduced. And these two experiments, these two directions met after the Second World War in the Western democracies, in welfare and other states. And this was the direction that Hungary was trying to follow. Until the end of the 20th century, the consensus was shared, and Hungary was basically at the perimeter or at the periphery of this Western cultural field, but we were still part of it. We were maybe at the bottom of the slope, but we were still climbing this slope. Corruption was large-scale, extended at the mass level. All the great writers of 19th century and early 20th century wrote about this. This is why Mixát and Moritz, two great writers of the first half, well, second half of the 19th and first half of the 20th century, respectively. But, you know, Joseph Franz, the Habsburg ruler, of course, it was out of the question for the monarch and his institutions to be corrupt. But in Hungary, the system worked differently. But even at the end of the 19th century, it was not a way for people to get rich in politics. It, you know, to enter the field of politics was not a way to get direct, to get capital. It didn't work, and that remained so until maybe the end of the 70s. Nevertheless, it became more and more widespread in Hungary that, you know, people started exchanging favors. And maybe if we had continued in this way, well, maybe we would have reached a position somewhere between, you know, Spain and Austria. But the end of the First World War was a great tragedy. for Hungary, with losing 2/3 of the surface of the country, and that led to the birth of a new dream, try to find a restoration of the old frontiers by political compromise. And after the failure of this, there was the birth of a new idea, taking what belongs to others. And you know, who we took the belongings from changed constantly, but it has become and it has remained a given in Hungarian political life since 1920. First it was the Jews, and then it was, you know, the people with capital after the with the communist regime. And this is a different kind of corruption, something that is foreign to the Western set of values. But still, even though corruption was widespread, but not at the highest levels. Mr. Horthy, head of state during 20-something years, he was never, not even, never ever accused of corruption. So it was not at the highest level. Or Gyula Gömbös, who was a prime minister, and there's lots of rightful criticism that could be set against him, but corruption was not among these. And then there was the distribution of land, of plots, but this was at the 1940s, but here already we had the Soviet troops. And this was a world that is founded on the promise of messianistic a messianistic promise. There's no corruption officially in the system because there's no personal interest. In the earliest days, the leaders did not get any financial benefit, or the benefit that they got from being part of office was not financial. However, if they lost office, they were prone to put into prison. But even Mr. János Kádár, when he left office at the regime change, he had a very small luggage that he could take back home with him. And when with the regime change we continued, we can see that there is one passion that we inherited from the past, and that was hunting. Mr. Kádár was a great hunter, but that was the only costly hobby he had. It was not, and he used to live in modest circumstances, and that had an impact to play on the other politicians as well. However, with the introduction of new private property in Hungary, when people could get cars, personal vehicles and holiday homes, this was the dawn of a new era, and the Hungarian economy started to be based on the Great Compromise, where a compromise that was based on negotiations, and thus the key to success was not market performance, but how good a deal you could strike with the other companies, with the political leaders, and how you could also go around the rules and regulations. And also the way for people to, so when people were given the liberty to start doing business, that was also done in a context where people had to find their own personal deals with the regime, go around local rules and regulations and so forth. And this is the state of affairs where the regime change opens the way for these actors to start becoming much more active. The regime change was an experiment that could have been successful. We have seen successful cases. Take the example of Spain, which also had a regime change of its own. When Mr. Horthy went to Spain under Franco, he was recommended to take about 50,000 cigarettes with him so as to be able to get things done in Spain, and he was quite surprised. But with their regime change, the Spanish could take the leap and leave corruption behind. And the Finns have done the same. The only the only requirement is to have the proper infrastructure and institutions. And if there was a man who really wanted to radically leave the system of Mr. Kádár behind, I can tell you I was a friend of him. It was the young Mr. Orbán. But that's history. He really was committed to make this change. And it is true that Hungary failed to make the leap, and the entire region failed to make this leap. In about 25 years, the GDP of Spain grew by 350%, whereas Hungary managed about 10% of that, 38%. The most successful countries, such as Estonia, they managed to get the double. Whereas Austria, for example, made 329% growth of GDP. So the experiment of regime change failed in all the countries joining the EU after 2004. This is due to systematic infrastructural failures and also the fact that the world economy slowed down. And what happened in Hungary is the same as happens in countries where there's a failure in reform, where there's a failure in a regime change. There's a remorse, there's a resentment, and basically we have put oligarchs at the center. There's no middle class. No middle class was created in the past 25 years. And this is what people feel, and this is what the politicians are, seeing. And thus, basically, there is the birth of a new consensus. The regime change failed, Western-style democracy failed, and we should revert back to the old ways. And yes, we have seen that the way to be successful is to be closely linked to the political field. In the earliest years after the regime change, the way most new rich people became rich was by being part of the liberalization schemes or privatization schemes. If you were there, then you could get a given part of this or that company. So what was the problem of the Kádár regime? In the Horthy regime and before, the great writers could tell us what's the way forward, what are the great problems. In the Kádár regime, however, that was not the case anymore. Corruption was actually not, corruption was widespread under the Kádár regime, but there was no clear divide between good and bad, because corruption itself helped to make this part maybe the most livable of the communist countries. If you ask people in the country, 70 or 80 people will tell you that no, the only way to get a barely decent livelihood is through corruption. And this is what we inherited. And the great transformation within the now ruling party, Fidesz, was on this what they, their conclusion is that the Western way will never be successful in Hungary. The state has to run the economy, the state has to pave the way for success, the state has to define who's successful and who's not, and the Fidesz scheme is rooted in this conviction. The potential for manipulation of the state grows exponentially, and once more in history we are in a situation, in a context where it is impossible to tell good from bad. And from the outside, it's very easy to, pass judgment. But I think it was Mr. Dostoevsky, the great Russian writer, who really made the analysis of these systems. The only way for salvation is through sin, is through crime. And this is the conviction that is now shared by many Hungarian citizens, maybe the most, and Hungarian leaders, politicians as well. And this is the basic convictions in which the new political system is based. It's about going back 100 years. Let's forget what didn't lose. Let's get rid of the corrupt left side elite. And let's get rid of multinationals and foreign, people, foreign businesses, and let's give this over, let's hand this over to good Hungarian people, and let the Hungarian state now create a Hungarian middle class. The market failed to do so, let the state do this job. And people who are part of the system, they will say that, oh, this is now a wonderful and just scheme and the regime that will, lead the country to salvation and glory. And people who are left out of this are fierce critics. Now, as opposed to, well, actually, we can also say that Kádár regime, it was rooted in small-scale corruption of the citizen, but actually Fidesz made great took great steps to eliminate and abolish corruption at the citizens' level. For example, the Fidesz has become efficient to, fighting corruption, say at the level of minor police officials, and also tax evasion is now much more difficult than before for the individual. Well, if they can, the Fidesz is very prone and very happy to make people, to give people opportunities to avoid paying taxes altogether if they are like friends with the Prime Minister. But for the citizen, for everyday people, men in the street, it has become more difficult to do so. And actually, thus the entire scheme is very ambivalent concerning corruption. It is very, very difficult from the normative design, so to speak, of Western European countries. And yes, there are certain remedies that are recommended by the EU or by Western institutions, EU institutions, but actually Hungarian politicians will clearly say that they don't believe in these remedies. It is the very failure of these remedies that made them choose this path. And basically, you need individual, actions at the level of the government, individual cases where you will find ways to steal the funds. And the entire scheme is based on channeling these funds into the people running the system. And it is very logical that the European Union will propose to have, say, European infrastructure and the institutions to fight transnational and national corruption, or, say, to battle the inefficient use of funds. It is a very, very logical remedy and proposal. And of course, for the present Hungarian regime, it goes without saying that this is unacceptable. The system is based on the recipe to success, which is based on crime, because the regular way, the ordinary way, don't work for us. It is not a coincidence that Poland and Hungary are the two countries that are really leading this political turn. It's the entire logic is about getting sovereignty back. This is how they see it. And yes, you can have an experiment in, salvation for Hungary, as you could have in Romania, but the chances are very, very, very low. The Hungarian political elite is very closed. For example, in the political elite, we've had the same political elite since 1990, and they remained blocked, fixed, and rigid until, say, 2010. And even though they were divided, not divided, fierce enemies, they had a strange war. And then the fierceness of the battle was reminiscent of the Battle of Verdun, but it was the same parties, the same people, the same elites, and corruption was basically a tool in the arsenal of weaponry of the two sides. Corruption was basically just another way to fight your enemy, by highlighting the corruption that they did, and also to finance yourself. And I talked to at least Hungarian prime ministers that we were actually friends with, 3 different ones, and they said the same. And this was in private, this was confidential. It was Gyula Horn, then Viktor Orbán, and then Péter Medgyessy. They said the same. They said this. We investigated, and we didn't find any corruption that we could reveal because everything was done in a very clever way. We know they did it, but we cannot prove it, and so there's no way to go on. I don't know how this really worked in Hungary, but the only way for a prosecutor's office to run in Hungary was always to be close to one of the political sides. And independent authorities, maybe we had a few out of luck or out of a coincidence, temporarily after the regime changed, but most institutions were never independent for long. And in such a scheme, in such a system, everybody's a Democrat and everybody's a fierce opponent of corruption as long as they are in opposition. And whenever they get in power, the situation drastically changes, and they will not see corruption anywhere, and they will not be worried about corruption. Whenever there's a policy, a proposal to fight corruption in Hungary, that always comes from people who have no share in the exercise of power at all. And if people at the helm of political power would introduce policies to fight corruption, they would actually be doing it in such a way as to use that in their fight against their arch enemies as a tool of, political struggle, as opposed to making anti-corruption policies, for the entire country. Okay, I told you a lot about how corruption works in Hungary, so I made a great attempt to analyze and understand it. Of course, that's not giving approval to corruption. Okay, but this is not enough. Even though the only reward you get for making a nice analysis is an applause at the end of a nice conference. But I would like to see solutions, and I would like Hungary to, pass this stage and to really approach the level of, freedom from corruption as can be seen in, say, Anglo-Saxon countries. This, however, was not successful in Hungary so far, and also the growth of these economies were not successful. I want to remind you that the GDP growth we had since the regime change was 38%. And, well, it's always a dead end. The Hungarian historical consciousness is the image that we are having glorious battles in a dead end, one after the other. And democracy and, progress and gradual progress and growth with clever solutions and policies and, planning ahead, well, we seem to have lost faith in this approach, and that's one of my conclusions. However, the other way, so this would be one way forward. One step forward would be to start believing in gradual change from clever policies and transparency and so forth. That's one thing. The second would be to really find ways to tell good from bad, and politicians who are more corrupt from those who are less corrupt. And yes, there are and also freedom of the press. For example, I do not know of any of the leading politicians in Hungary or in this region. I do not know any that would like to give more freedom to the press and to their opponents. Well, so all these proposals are somewhat doomed to fail. However, the proposal of a European Public Prosecutor's Office would clearly be an enormous step in the right direction, and this is precisely the reason that the Hungarian political elite and the present government will oppose it to their last breath. And yes, there are some young technocrats, the so-called Young Turks, when they we see these new generations of politicians who will say that, oh, now we are going to clean the debris and create a new country from the ashes. But you have to be mindful of the fact that we have seen 11 regime changes in 100 years. Every new generation of politicians and Young Turks promised to, introduce reforms instantaneously and create a new country from scratch. I think what really helps us, or would help us, is being true to the heritage of the great writers Mikszáth and Moritz, who wrote about corruption, so that even if they couldn't fight it, they at least enabled people to keep the moral sanity, to have moral judgment, and to be able to tell good from wrong. And before and in the meantime, we'll have to continue to expect the same kinds of events going on in politics. Many countries did make the leap. I hope that one day we will as well. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for Mr. You're quite delayed, and so the first is for those who would like to ask questions from Laura Kodrut.
Because my question anyway was to her, but let me say also that I very much welcome this conference, and I very much support the idea of creating a transnational jurisdiction in Europe. It would be good for Hungary as well as for many countries. Now the question to Laura, the things are very complex. We have little time. I will brutally simplify what I am to say here. And I hope the simplification doesn't generate misunderstanding. I was for a long time very much attentive and believing in what was going on with DNA in Romania. and I am by now much less hopeful. I think there are several structural elements of what is going on in Romania that justify my skepticism. First, there has been a lot of talk about independence of DNA, and that independence from party politicians I do believe in. However, as Laura knows undoubtedly, in the Romanian press there is an avalanche of allegations, more than allegations, that state that in the Basescu's time there has been an agreement created between SRI, the secret services in Romania, and DNA. And because of that, DNA's autonomy has been wounded, and therefore strong political, not party political, but very strong political considerations have taken a precedence. And because the time is very short, let me just tell you that purely by chance, as Giovanni said, sometimes by chance he finds cases, purely by chance, I used to work on Roma integration issues in Cluj, and I have gotten familiar with the case of Anna Horváth, who was the deputy mayor of Cluj. And that case was really a very, very troubling case in terms of jurisdiction. There's no time to explain it, but I really see it as a show trial, or as Tölgyesi Péter said in Hungarian, koncepciós per, generated by political considerations. And I am sure that your institution was not interested in a political case, but I still see that that's the way it has happened. And I think for that reason, your efforts are seriously compromised by this situation. And there is one last sentence, because Antonia is already raising her microphone, that where I do agree with Laura very strongly is that without prevention, there is no way to have a chance, and without the good incentivization that Tölgyesi Péter in some ways also showed, there is no way to have successes, and therefore it's also important to look at the Georgian case, which is not ideal, but gives new elements to understanding of how to successfully reduce in a lasting way corruption in an East European post-communist country. The question is whether you agree with me.
Köszönjük szépen, akkor következő kérdés. Horváth András is akart kérdezni.
So the next question, I think András Horváth wanted to raise a question. My name is András Horváth, and I would like to first express our thanks to Mrs. Korduta that you're here. It means a lot to us, to many of us. I have a question to you. You haven't covered it, we haven't talked about it. The operation of DNA is probably based on internal information from within the public administration and from the political sphere. However, these information are not official. So we can call this information public announcements without having been published or not. So my question is, does DNA have tools within its own mandate to protect those public reporters, public claims, and this whistleblowing? And have you initiated new regulations to protect whistleblowers? And the reason why I ask this is that with regard to good governance, here in Hungary, the situation is not really happy, so to say. People can be whistleblowers are convicted first rather than people who actually commit crimes. Thank you. We have certain tools to protect whistleblowers. We have certain tools to protect whistleblowers, and citizens trust us. That's why the claims from citizens grew by 70%, and there are several cases started based on such claims, and the criminal code ensures the safety of whistleblowers. We have several programs. We can even provide personal protection, or we can apply certain problems. So right now we do not have such problems. There has been no need for the protection of whistleblowers so far, but we are able to protect them. Zoltán Börse Népszavától jöttem. Arról beszélt, hogy a korrupciónak transnacionális jellege is van. Amikor találkozik ilyen esetekkel, van valamilyen formális vagy nem formális együttműködési lehetősége a magyar hatóságokkal, ügyészekkel, és tájékoztatja őket, hogyha valamit feltár? There have been cases when we worked together with prosecutors, and they were very efficient, and the cooperation was very professional. However, I cannot go into details, and I cannot uncover details due to because these are secret information. However, I can share that our cooperation is very good with from the Hungarian colleagues from the perspective of the DNA. And if we receive information about people who committed crime in Hungary or in any other countries, this information will be forwarded to fellow prosecutors in other countries, and we of course receive the same information from other prosecutors. Coming back to the first issue, I would like to make a short remark, namely, we cooperate with every possible institution during our operation, and we have made certain agreements made last year in Romania. Last year in Romania, only the Romanian intelligence service through the Romanian intelligence service could we make interception of phone calls, but we made an agreement, and the regulations are very strict with regard to the telephone interceptions. And last year, the Constitutional Court made a decision saying that police and prosecutors are entitled also to use this tool, so we had to reorganize the whole organization. And yes, we received information from the intelligence service. However, 85% of the cases were the result of information from different public institutions or from citizens. Yes, there is a claim that DNA works on political influence. However, I have to deny it. Our activities are controlled two ways. One of our supervisory body is the judiciary, and the other is the law enforcement. And our decisions are made by not one single court, there are different types of judiciary bodies, and when we come to a final verdict, we have to work together with at least 15 to 20 judges. So I don't think we can say that we make political decisions. And to prove this, through the last years, we initiated procedures against both leading party politicians and oppositional politicians as well. So if you think that a case is based on political reasons, well, you can have a chance to make a claim, and then we will examine your claim. I hope I could answer your questions. So please be quick because Laura has to leave soon.
EU Office of Transparency International in Brussels. Very quick question. The numbers that you have presented on indictments, convictions is very impressive. But I guess what we ultimately want to see is a society that is free of corruption. What do you think? Are we making progress in that direction? I guess putting people behind bars is one thing, but not having new people committing crimes of corruption is what we're really after.
Azt, hogy ne legyenek olyanok, akik korrupciót követnek el. Yes, the level of corruption can be very high. I am a prosecutor, and what I can say is that these statistics show that the fight against corruption in Romania is effective. I know that in other countries there are similar cases. In every country there is corruption existing. The question is whether how the institution, the anti-corruption institution, relates to such cases. The fact that in Romania more and more corruption cases has been uncovered and been convicted shows that there is a political will and also the will of the public to decrease corruption. In Romania, there is corruption. There is still corruption, yes, because there are no preventive measures and opportunities. That's why corruption cases are being repeated. Just think of public procurement. Every year we have cases and we convict people in order to in cases of bribery, for example, and it repeats itself every year. We meet these cases yearly. When somebody is convicted and put in prison, there is another official who will be exposed to bribery and to problem of the public procurement system and the level of corruption. Well, I believe from this point of view, efficiency should be improved. I read that the Senate voted an act on public.
Am luat parte la o conferință unde fostul primar al orașului Hamburg a povestit că a fost în România și magistrații se plângeau.
And I also read an article on the mayor of a German city, and he said that judges told him that they don't want to deal with EU funds because they cannot guarantee that EU funding will be used by the targeted group. So Do you have any information about this? With regard to your first question, I don't know. DNA has said that the act on public clemency cannot cover politicians. So the next step is in the hands of the parliaments. They have to make a decision with regard to European funds. The judiciary. People from the judiciary take part in several EU projects, and these people see that there are several procedures focusing on the EU funding, and I think here the situation has improved. So, unfortunately, Ms. Godruta has to leave, so let's give her an applause and thank for her contribution. And of course, the Q&A section is going on for another 10 minutes. You can have questions to the other members of the panel.
Hello. I have a brief question. I was happy to hear this legalistic conference lectures. You know, we have been very critical of corruption as such, but in my long life, in my long career, I worked in foreign trade and I worked for American companies for 17 years in foreign trade, in commerce, and I saw different kinds of corruptions even in the US and in other developed countries, and also I have seen corruption in all its forms in Hungary. Yes, but you said you'll be asking a brief question. Yes, I am. Yes, I am in fact asking a question, and my question is this. It is a claim made by the dean of the economic university, Mr. Someone close to the government. He said that this corruption is basically the mainstream part of Hungarian official policy. My question thus is this. How can this political conflict that we're talking about, and I'm sorry, it's still a question, this political conflict, how can we, with what tools and with what chances can we resolve in your eyes? Who would like to answer this question? Martin József Péter, maybe you are an ideal respondent, or Mr. Kessler? Thank you for the question. I would like to briefly answer this question. We are not part of any political conflict. We are criticizing whoever is in government based on facts, so we are not taking part in political skirmishes between the various parties or sides. If we are critical of the present government, we have also been critical of previous governments. And in your question, you have alluded to institutionalized corruption and the new NGO law. Well, obviously, corruption, the patterns of corruption at the systematic level is often not independent from the central power. So, nevertheless, we are not impacted in any political conflicts or skirmishes. So you should ask political actors if you want to understand why the politicians are criticizing us. If I understood your question correctly, which I'm not sure I did, Anyway, we have always been critical of no matter who was in power. We have been criticizing earlier governments, and we are being critical of the present governments based on facts and values, of course. It is not an ad hoc criticism, but because we are committed to making Hungary a better place, and we want to contribute to realizing this goal with all other NGOs who also want to make Hungary a more peaceful, a better, a more livable place where we have a better ways to fight corruption, where public institutions work in a transparent manner. And Mr. Kessler's presentation also made it clear that corruption and good governments go hand in hand. Thank you very much. Mr. Ákos Hatházi also wanted to ask a question, and also I would like to raise other people to raise their hands if they have further questions to ask. Okay, so we have at least 4 questions left. And Mr. Hatházi, well, thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Kessler. I always make the claim that the use of EU funds in Hungary is basically the greatest series of fraud in Hungarian history ever. So the way we use EU funds today is the greatest fraud in Hungarian history at all. There have been 70,000 projects implemented in the past 10 years, and the Hungarian government claims that the European Union only found fault with 1% of the cases. Now, the question is this: could you give us an estimate how many percent, so what proportion in percentage of Hungarian projects financed by EU funds was checked by EU institutions? And also same question for Italy. Mindig nehéz, és néha félrevezető is lehet konkrét számokkal előállni, de igyekszem majd. De fontos, hogy figyeljünk arra.
The most frauds or whatever. So also because of the international nature and so on and so forth. So we have struggled to develop some indicators which are a bit significant on the national dimension. And I attract your attention to one which is public, is in our annual report, but by chance I have printed the page for today, expecting some kind of this question. So we have put together the EU funds managed at the national or regional level or in the member states over the last 3 years. We are referring to agricultural funds and structural funds, the most important ones, which are EU funds but managed at the national level, local level, let's say. Okay? So for each member state, we have the number of national controls which have been done by the national authorities and the financial impact in percentage of the irregularities and fraud discovered by the national authorities. And then we have the financial impact of the OLAF controls, which are investigations on the same funds in the same countries. So I give you the number of, which is very significant on Hungary compared to the European average. Now, in Hungary, over the last, from 2013-15, that's the latest numbers I have, so the 3 years period, the controls done locally, so nationally, at the national level, discovered irregularities or frauds on this kind of funds for an amount which is equal to 0.90%. No, it's not too little. It's 0.9% of the amounts. Okay, if we spend, let's say, okay, 100 euro, So 90 cents are spent as a result of irregularities, according to the national controls. The European average of the national controls is 1.9. So we can say 1.9%. We can say that the national controls of Hungary have discovered, let's say, in average, less irregularities. It says something. It says something both on the possibility of the existence of frauds in Hungary, but also on the efficiency of the controls. So the results of the national control is like this. So let's see if it is an issue of a lack of efficiency of the controls, or if it is an issue of that you have less frauds and corruption than the rest of Europe. And how can we guess this? By looking at the same results of the Olaf controls. So, Olaf investigation. In the same period, on the same funds, in the same member state, that is Hungary, the result of Olaf investigation amounts, so it has discovered that 3.5 or 51% of the funds. So a much different amount, so percentage, had been affected by frauds or irregularities. The average of Olaf investigations all over the European countries is 0.4%. So actually, Hungary is the most strikingly different. We have the most striking difference between the results of the national controls, which are much lower than the European average, less than the half, and the European controls, that is Olaf, which are much higher. Hungary is the highest, actually, where Olaf investigations had the highest impact.
I have a follow-up question, if I may get a little bit less diplomatic. In your original presentation, you said that there are frustrating examples where corruption is very closely linked to the government. Do you regard Hungary as such an example?
I say to the governance. I've chosen the words. So, because it's not only the government, sometimes it's not necessarily the government, it's the society as a whole, which has also to react. Is the whole governance of a country, which is made by civil society, is made by where existing, which is made, it has to be composed by the state's institutions like the judiciary and the public administration, such the political parties and the government. So it's much more complex. So I say that the big issue in many countries is when the corruption is pervasive and it is connected in a with a non-transparent governance and with a non-well-functioning or non-well-balanced governance among these actors. Yes, we have, in my view, it's an issue which we can refer to many countries in different ways. And it might be an issue also in Hungary, definitely so.
Do you personally feel frustrated at the number of actual investigations launched based on Olaf reports? Does that affect your relationship with the Hungarian chief prosecutor that you described?
I tend not to be frustrated in general as a person and as a public official, so I'm not frustrated. On the contrary, I see that the interaction with from Olaf, so from European Union, and but at least let's speak about Olaf, and the national authorities is getting some results. You made a reference, Mr. Martin, to the low level of indictment as a result of our investigation, but actually the latest data and the latest meeting I had a few months ago with the Prosecutor General of Hungary show that this indictment ratio is increasing. So our investigation results in more indictments. It's a small sign, but I think things are changing, and also our interaction with some national Hungarian investigative body is triggering some joint investigation. I mean, there are some small progresses, so I think we are in a good trend, but it has to be reinforced. So it's far from being frustrating. It is challenging.
Köszönöm szépen, szívesen folytatnám, de átengedem a lehetőséget. Igen, az úrnál már ott is van a mikrofon.
Yes, Mr. Kessler, I was wondering if you could comment on the abolishing one of its main anti-corruption tools, the European Anti-Corruption Report. Does this mean there is...
Ellenes jelenséget, vagy jelentést ezt el akarják törölni Európában. Nos, az európai antikorrupciós jelentés eltörlés.
I think, there has been several thoughts in the European Commission on how to better deal with this issue, and the result has been then rather doing a report on each member state and etc. So the issue is better addressed in the annual economic outlook that the Commission does for each member state, where they address, in this context, the issue of the corruption in each member state, considering by this way that the corruption is a factor also which hampers or prevents economic development. So this has been, let's say, the decision for the time being of the European Commission. By the way, there is Transparency International and many other actors who do reports on the member states, on the countries, and there is not specifically a need for the European Union to deal with this specific tool. More in general, what I personally think is that the European Union and the European Commission could do more or to be stronger on anti-corruption, but actually it would need some tools. Because today, so legal institutional tools, today the anti-corruption as a policy is it is a national responsibility, and I think it has to remain a national responsibility. No one can take away the responsibility to the member states to deal with it. But actually all the tools are in the hands of the member states. So I think this could be changed because, as I said, we need more Europe also in this field. But today the tools of the European Commission, apart from drafting a report, which can be done in a way as it used to be or to be done in a different way as it will be, are still very limited. And again, as I said, a more, let's say, European approach would be much needed.
Köszönjük szépen. Egy úr maradt még, aki nagyon szeretne kérdezni. A többiek erről alig, hanem...
There's room for one final question, and I'm sorry if other people will not be able to speak. Okay, 3 people very briefly, but I want to ask and encourage you to be brief. You'll ask your questions and you'll receive answers in a block.
Corruption organizations or anti-corps, like you called it, in a so-called illiberal democracy.
Köszönöm. Következő kérdés ott a hátsó sorban a Kockás Inges úrtól.
Jó napot kívánok, Lőrinc Tamás vagyok, Magyar.
Thank you. My name is Tamás Lőrinc from Magyar Nemzet Hungarian Daily. Mr. Kessler, in Hungary we know that the use of funds and the distribution of funds is very problematic. If this is the case and if the EU is aware, then why does not the EU take action? Why does it approve the mechanism that is used to distribute the funds and allocate the funds in Hungary? And there was a gentleman at the very back of the room. I don't know if you have received the mic.
Kessler. Could you talk a bit about protocols for transparency in specific OLAF reports? In Hungary, some reports, or the Metro report, was made public and used in, political struggles. Other reports remain sealed. I was wondering if you could, tell us specifically how you decide to release information on specific reports. Thank you.
Thank you. These are all very relevant questions. I would also like to ask Mr. Kessler to keep this short, though.
Let's start from the end. We do not release reports, in fact. That's a very simple answer. We did not release even the Metro one. It has been released by your government, by the way. So, why we do not? Have you ever seen any investigator publishing their reports? We send our reports to the prosecutors and to the relevant authorities for them to take actions. So we do not want to spoil them by publishing them. So we never do so. But sometimes they are published. By whom? By those who receive them. Okay? By the way, they are also confidential because there are personal data and there might be legal consequences for actions to be taken following the reports. So we never report. We might give information on some of our investigation. Normally we don't. So actually we are not that much known, apart from Hungary. Maybe now, because when we close an investigation, even a successful investigation, when we send the report to the prosecutor, and we stay very silent because we do not want, for instance, the evidence to be destroyed or the people to escape, to evade. So we give information on the conclusion of our investigation, but not publishing the report, only when the investigation was already known, was already public. Then we say we have closed the investigation. That's all what we do, and we are bound by law to this. Why we do not change the way the European Union does not change the way or approves the way the European funds are. Okay, European funds, even someone else earlier on said in Hungary are the main source of corruption. I don't know this. I mean, I cannot vouch this. Okay, but I've heard this from you. But actually, this can be said because probably these are main, let's say, cash which is flowing. So, like in Italy, they say when you do a big public work, there is corruption. But the solution is not, as someone says already, but this is the populistic reaction to a widely spread corruption as perceived. Let's not do the public work. Let's not spend the public money because however we spend it, there will be corruption. But this is not a solution. So I think the public fund, the European funds spent in Hungary, like in any other member states, are very important funds, very important tools for the solidarity and for the development of, or the fair development of any European region. So we need them, but we also need them to be spent in the right way for having the right and the fair effects. So the solution is not to spend this money, but the solution is together to reduce, to prevent and to reduce the corruption in general. First question, actually, last in answer. I didn't get the very first part. I understood what you referred to, but what? The anti-corps. Okay, I understand now. So how can you better implement? Okay, in few words, in appeal, I think we need a healthy and transparent governance, which means, which means, so these are the anti-corps, which means a governance which is not only composed by the governments or by the ruling party. We need both, so we need a well-balanced governance, well-balanced society, which means, in 2 words, independent institutions, so the division of power. We don't have the same in all the member states. Look at what is happening in Poland. A new government is let's say, undermining the independence of controls bodies. We need independent controls bodies, and we need healthy civil society, active civil society, which can also exercise their role of oversight and of, let's say, a balanced governance. These are tools for a healthy democracy, but healthy democracy in this way is also an important, essential tool for anti-corruption.
Köszönöm szépen, és tisztában vagyok vele, hogy a népharagot kockáztatjuk, de Tölgyesi úr és Martin József Péter is szeretne még egy-egy záró gondolatot hozzáfűzni. Ők is tudják, azt hiszem, hogy rövidnek kell lenniük, és utána tényleg kávészünet lesz.
And two brief comments by Mr. Tölgyesi and then Mr. Martin. Well, we Hungarians, we are not going to be protected from ourselves by foreign actors. We have to defend ourselves. This is what I believe, and this is what Hungarians believe. It can actually even be dangerous for the West or for the EU to defend us from ourselves, because that would only lead to a fierce reaction from the Hungarian people, because they would be against it. And the second is, it is systematic corruption. So Mr. Lanci, the dean of Corvinus University, who said that corruption is the very essence of the Hungarian political regime. And this is rooted in the conviction that that the Western way failed for Hungary to make any progress. In the past 7 years, for example, there were years where we had 800 billion euros in some years, and then 3,600 billion euros in some years. This is, well, before election years, this is the public spending before the elections, 3,600 billion euros. And that's a very, very, very big sum. Do you know, if we compare Hungary to other countries, we can say that there is a difference between a multiplicator effect of 15. The sum received is great, but the Hungarian economic performance is very poor. If we compare Hungary with Spain after the political changes, then I can say that the GDP would be not 37,000, but 140,000 billion. So if we could perform on the level of Spain, our economic output would have to be 4 times as much. So the basic problem is the fact that we are not producing enough, and corruption only comes second. But here we have to stress the fact that one of the reasons for the Hungarian economy not being productive is rooted in corruption. So it is not the direct extent of corruption that keeps Hungary back, but the fact that Hungarian businesses are not incentivized to become competitive and productive due to disturbing the market by political actors and corruption. But there are other reasons as well. For example, lack of education, or not being able to read. We're talking about young people and so forth. And every anti-corruption office, every anti-fraud office is rooted in a given political landscape. And if for example, if there's criticism in Hungary from NGOs, then the politicians will say, "Oh yeah, but you are financed by Soros," or so basically, Hungary has to choose between regimes, between systems. So either we stay in something which is like a kind of Central European local set of solutions, or we revert back to copying the West. But it's either one or the other. Thank you very much. And only two sentences, two brief phrases. Your question was about what we can actually do to fight corruption in an illiberal democracy, where I think it goes without saying, and it is clear that the heart of the problem in Hungary is that the public power abolished the system of checks and balances, and this already in itself creates a great corruption risks and great potential for corruption. There is one issue that I want to highlight. Transparency International, with a number of journalists and NGOs and other bodies, have started lots of court trials to get information on public funds. For example, spending by the National Bank or funds allocated to sports association in the form of tax exemptions, and also the use of public funds in general, especially related to immigration visas provided to healthy foreign individuals. So these are issues where the central government tries to undermine good governance, but there are certain tools such as taking issues to court and getting information, forcing the government to publish information by the force of court. These are tools that we can and should use. We are not enough to change the entire landscape, but we can still get good things done. Well, I'm very happy to see that we have so many questions, and there are some questions that could not be asked. You'll be lucky because you
the audience is going to seep in, and we will start with some introductory remarks, and then we will have a panel discussion and then a Q&A session. The first introductory remark will be made by Mr. Benedek Jávor, who is an MEP from Dialogue for Hungary, and then Mr. Miklós Ligeti, head of legal from Transparency International Hungary, and also Mr. Zoltán Flek, professor of law from ELTE University, Faculty of Law, and Mr. Géza Finster, emeritus professor of law, National University of Public Service, will join in the discussion, but I would like to give the floor to Mr. Benedek Jávor from Dialogue for Hungary. Thank you very much, and I would like to warmly welcome you all here in this conference about the possibilities for the fight of corruption. I know it's really difficult to talk after this morning panel because we were provided an overall analysis about the fight of corruption in the European Union as well as the state of play in Hungary. However, I would like to be more down to earth here and talk about more practical things. What can we do in Hungary? But before doing so, I would like to say a few introductory remarks. This morning, several people supported the fact that corruption is a significant problem in Europe and in the member states, and it's very harmful. And I agree with all the proposals, for example, made by Péter Tölgyesi, that the only problem is not the amount that is cheated, but also the other problem is the effect of corruption on the whole of the economy and the economy decision making, as well as the development of the economy. Furthermore, I would also say that the social structure and the democratic operation is influenced by corruption. Corruption is not simply loss in the economy, but also selection is not based on good economic production. And corruption hinders the formation of middle class based on economic success. That's why if this middle class cannot be formed in a country, and as I have mentioned before, corruption has a significant role in it, this undermines institutions and the political life of a country. The history of Hungary, especially its last 20 few years, exactly describes this phenomenon. After the fall of the regime, the change of the regime in Hungary, the ratio of corruption is very high, and this selection procedure which is going on in Hungary made it impossible for the development of the middle class, which would be able to operate and manage democratic institutions. Financial loss and economic distortions are also important, and I found them significant as well. And also, as Peter Tölgyesi mentioned, this 100,000 million forints is a huge amount, and it's really scary. My second general remark is that, unlike Peter Tölgyesi, and I would like to challenge him here, I do not believe in the drama of Hungarian history. I believe Hungary is a typical Middle European country. Our past is not worse nor better than it is in the neighboring countries. And I also believe that there is a way out from this situation, but this way can result in increase or in decrease. We cannot give up the hope to implement principles based on liberty and equality, and to implement the principles of the European Union and the Western European countries. So I do believe that here in Hungary, the worst thing to do is to accept that Hungary is a country of historical tragedies, and we are unable to change the situation. We can change this situation. However, we dug a very deep hole, but we can find a way out from this hole. And I do believe that the way out from this deep hole is not through leading politicians, but through providing guarantees, institutions which help us to fight, among others, corruption, which is prevalent in Hungary. And when somebody is in opposition, they usually use corruption cases to bribe members of the government, and then when opposition becomes the government, the case is the other way around. So I think we have to prevent and stop systematic corruption, and that's why, in my opinion, we need stricter and better legislation and more efficient institutions. According to our experiences, the fight against corruption and the institutions made for this purpose are not really effective. There are several reasons for this. What hinders the Hungarian prosecutors to fight against corruption? Olaf gave over 28 cases to the Hungarian prosecutors, and in such cases, the prosecutor's office has not made any indictment. So why is it that these institutions are not able to be effective? That's why Dialogue for Hungary came up with the idea that similarly to DNA, we would like to propose the establishment of a Hungarian anti-corruption prosecution service. This service should meet several requirements to be effective. That's why partly I think that based on the experiences or unexperienced nature of the Hungarian Prosecutor's Office, we'll have to establish a service which can be independent from direct political influence. And the guarantee for this is selection. On the one hand, we have a very complex selection procedure described in our proposal, in our draft, which makes it impossible for certain parties or political forces to monopolize the selection process. And also, it makes it impossible for the political parties to come to consensus in the selection process for the prosecutors in this service. The work of the Hungarian Prosecutor's Office is problematic because there is one single chief prosecutor who is designated by the government, and I believe that there are several wonderful prosecutors who want to fight against corruption in the Prosecutor's Office of Hungary. However, their work is hindered by the current system and by the chief prosecutor Péter Pólt, who can basically block any investigation by the prosecutors by a single word. So during the selection of the anti-corruption chief prosecutor, we would like to make the guarantees for independence, and also we would like to make it possible to prevent the hindrance of investigations by such a service. And also, you have to provide reasons for dropping a case for the public, and that's the only possible way to stop cases, to block cases. Our proposal for the anti-corruption service is to act to investigate in cases of criminal cases related to corruption, and also to represent the public prosecution in the court. I also believe that we can only fight corruption effectively if we, according to my our proposal, and I will be brief, so we have to have efficient criminal law.
At the same time, we need to have a clear set of institutional guarantees that are designed to advocate the public interest in decision-making, even in cases which are not directly which don't fall directly in the case of criminal corruption. So below the level fraudulent or corrupt activities below the level that are actually criminal, and thus to improve the level of decision-making on the whole by these guarantees. And the third pillar of anti-corruption fraud is linked to the fact that most of these cases are actually initiated by whistleblowers. They are the ones who take great risks in talking out. We don't have to go far to meet people like that. We have, for example, András Horváth sitting in this room, who was the person who made an attempt to speak up about the misconduct within the tax authority in Hungary, and we all know what the consequences were that he had to face later on. So whistleblowers, protecting whistleblowers in an efficient manner, that is a key requirement. Also, we need to set up an actor, a body, or some way to provide advice to whistleblowers to find the best way to speak up, so that they have to face the minimum of negative consequences. Whistleblowers need to be provided channels of communication that would not put their work or their private personal life at risk. And the last element I want to mention: if you want to have an efficient operation of anti-fraud prosecution, you need to have public civil control. And this is lacking from the operation of Hungarian authorities, because in many cases there is a lack of transparency that is total. NGOs and civil society organizations have no way to get any information whatsoever on the information. József Martin, for example, mentioned the legal court cases launched by Transparency International. Just to get basic information, you need to take authorities to court. I have met this sort of situation many times myself. So our proposal also contains the creation of an open public body that can exercise civil control so that this new prosecution or prosecutor's office really acts in the interest of the society and cannot and so that it can really carry out and exercise all the tasks needed to make sure that people and their interests are served and transparency is ensured. An anti-corruption prosecutor's office would be such a solution. It would contribute to fighting corruption in Hungary. The real question is whether the Hungarian political elite is willing and ready to set up such an institution as a safeguard against institutional corruption. Thank you, Mr. Benedek Jávor, MEP. And now I would like to give the floor Mr. Miklós Ligeti. And the very title is this: do we need such an animal, such a beast, such a prosecutor's office? Well, we have already received the answer, I think. But before I share this answer with you, let me tell you for about 10 minutes about the presently existing prosecutor's office, and also about the idea of the European Public Prosecutor's Office, or such a public prosecutor's office as an idea proposed anywhere. In other words, what are the reasons that we have to be critical of the existing prosecutors' offices, and why we need to set up a new body? I want to go back to the only and unique anti-corruption report of the EU that was published in 2014 based on data from a year before. And this was also published after a special Eurobarometer report that asked people's opinions and attitudes to corruption, and also the level of trust and confidence in the existing institutions. And it turned out that at the level of the European institutions as a whole, the police is trusted by a surprisingly large proportion of society, above 50%. Trust in the judiciary system is somewhat lower, much lower, though it is still quite high in Sweden, and then the rest of the actors, including political decision makers, are trusted even less. Now, what's interesting is that there seems to be a great cultural shift that this survey managed to identify somewhere between somewhere on the lines of the Elba or the Berlin Wall. The so-called old member states seem to have much greater confidence in public institutions than citizens in the new member states. For example, in the old EU 15 countries, the police enjoys 60% of trust, and the judiciary or the prosecutor's office enjoys 30%, as opposed to 48 and 17 in the new 12 countries. In the same vein, the idea of creating an anti-corruption special organization enjoys much lower levels of trust in the old EU 15 countries than in the new EU 12. So the reason that people in this part of the world have approved the idea of creating a new public prosecutor's office has to do with the fact that we are less than trustful of our own institutions. And this is very much related to what Mr. Tölgyesi said when he referred to the fact that we did not really manage to set up independent institutions after the regime change, and only temporarily. For example, this is shown by the fact that when you ask people who claim that they would report whenever they observed corruption around them, when 50% is the average of EU countries, you'll see that we are very much below this average. So the red mark, 21%, that's the Hungarian, the level of the proportion of Hungarian people who say that they would report corruption. In 2013, that was still 30%, but that went down to 21%. Again, the average of the countries investigated was 50, and the average of EU countries was 57%. So the situation is so bad that people would argue that improving the situation would never work and would bring about a further decrease in the trust and in the level of operation of these institutions. And in fact, in Hungary, there are a number of bodies that partially or entirely are charged with and entrusted with the task of fighting corruption, such as the prosecutor's office, the police, the National Defense Service, the Authority for the Protection of the Constitution, and so forth. Now, it's not going to be a novelty. In fact, TI has been claiming this for years. The prosecutor's office in Hungary is underperforming. And how to improve the quality of its services or the work it performs? Well, there are a number of factors. This is not an emotional issue and not a matter of a single individual that is the leader, Mr. Peter Polt, the chief prosecutor, but it is an institutional issue. So removing the guy from the top of the institution will not heal the institution itself. And there have been severe cases of misconduct that the prosecutor's office could not adequately managed under the previous leader as well, including funds that were linked to illegal sales of diesel oil, which was a big thing in Hungary. Basically, the Hungarian prosecutor's office was created on the basis of a model imported from the Soviet Union. And this is how it operated until 2010. With the new basic law, short for constitution, the mandate of the prosecutor, the chief prosecutor, increased to 9 years, and he or she is chosen by 2/3 of the parliament, and also the and also that person, he or she, will remain in office until the last breath, basically. Then again, this might not be the healthiest approach, because if one person, the chief prosecutor, is captured by the world of politics, then the entire office will be captured as well. The chief office there are basically no checks and balances that would limit the individual deliberation of the chief prosecutor in the system, even though, and I do have some personal experience here, it does not happen. The chief prosecutor does not always deliberate and control the system, or does not exercise censorship, because there's self-censorship. The problem is not that Mr. Peter Polt makes instructions, that is to say commands. It's more like people will only be selected and become part of the system if they act already in line with the instructions without being given specific explicit commands. So there was one analyst who really knows the system in Hungary who said that there is no such a thing in the Hungarian system as being an independent prosecutor. It's not possible, it doesn't happen, you can never see it. So, for example, starting police investigation, stopping a police investigation, and then many other factors. These are decisions made by prosecutors that you cannot attack in court. So basically, the verdict of the prosecutor is final, even though actually the public perception is, and our analysis in TI is, that the courts in fact work properly. There is no system. There are no signs of systematic misconduct in the judiciary. The judiciary is independent, so we think that taking cases to court is a better guarantee of the social interest than if the deliberation is only the mandate of the prosecutor. Yes, abroad, in Germany or the Netherlands, there are examples, there are precedents where you can take cases to court, to the jurisprudence or to a court, if the prosecutor doesn't act appropriately, even though this remedy is not that often required in these countries. And also in other European countries, or sorry, in the EU, if the European prosecutor does not act, so this would be among the model rules of the European Public Prosecutor's Office. If the prosecutor, the Public Prosecutor's Office does not take action, that you can take the case to court. Now, our recommendation is not to create new anti-corruption prosecutor's office in Hungary, but it would be for the prosecutor's office to really act in line with its mandate, also to remove the opportunities for capturing and controlling the prosecutor by parliament or by political parties, and also would give measures to the judiciary system to take action if the prosecutor fails to act on a given case. Anyway, I have already outstepped the time frame, so thank you for your kind interest.
Thank you very much, especially for keeping the time frame. So let's jump into the panel discussion. However, I would like to turn to the audience with a quick question, namely András Horváth. Just one single question. If you had known in the beginning, where would you end up with what you started with? Would you have acted the same way? Would you have opened your mouth? It's interesting for those of you who are not from Hungary. András Horváth is the best example of a whistleblower, a public whistleblower who we have been talking about. Yes, this question has been asked several times from me. I knew, even if I had known what would happen to me, I would have done the same, because well, it's difficult to ask this question because you never know what will happen, what will the consequences be if you have no predecessors. So when I started this whole procedure, I thought that the help of the public would force the government to change the practice which it has been followed. Because from the viewpoint of the increase of the budget of the government, it would be useful. So if you just think logical, sometimes we refer to people in position whose name we don't mention, and we think that it is another way to think about, to approach these things. And then previously we said, for example, Tibor Karancsi, who did the same, said that maybe we are genetically designed to do this. There are people who have a higher level of tolerance, but for us, when we gain a certain amount of knowledge and experience, we can't see any other way but to overcome this dike and make the next step. We don't have too many followers in this field, however, because the government tries to threaten those future whistleblowers who would like to stand up for certain rights or certain things. So that's why I asked Kornutat Kövesi. However, she didn't give me any actual facts, but she just mentioned that the situation was increasing. Sorry for interrupting the agenda, but I wanted to bring life to this theoretical discussion. So apparently we can always rely on András Horváth independent of the system. So I would like Zoltán Flek and Géza Finster to join the discussion. So how would you react to the proposal by Benedek Jávor? According to him, the solution for the Hungarian situation is the establishment of an independent Hungarian prosecutor's office. Thank you. I am going to begin this panel discussion. What I feel here is a kind of institutional optimism here, which is similar to that of in the 90s, the beginning of the 90s. However, I'm a little bit skeptic. I don't want to go back to the large historical models described by Péter Tölgyesi. This so-called institutional optimism, I find it a little bit dangerous. Because a few months ago, I had to give a presentation about public administration and the justice system, and there I covered how these specialized institutions are used. For example, the Court of Arbitration. So if there is no change of the regime, this whole idea is hopeless. I already have a problem with the term combat against corruption. If there are fights, combats against crime or corruption, these fights might lead to the abuse of power, actually. And you need very strong safeguards and guarantees for the institutions not to abuse the special mandate, because otherwise the harm will increase. So there are two bad institutions, in my opinion. One is the ineffective, and the other is which limits the freedom. So this is not our objective. For 25 years, we have been implementing the model from the West, but now, and I'm not referring to you, but I'm referring to the current innovations by the government, and these new institutions and want to change the model. This establishment of new institutions, with regard to them, I would like to talk about the institutional requirements or conditions. And among them, the cultural and political requirements. The question is the mandate and also the selection of the staff, and also the environment in which this institution will work. So when we talk about the traditional institutional system, we can criticize it and saying that the operational regulation is ineffective. We can come to the conclusion that Miklós's idea is also an illusion with regard to the judiciary. It's not, the court works, it's difficult to see its problems. And you also mentioned self-censorship. It works in the judiciary, in selection, and it's very much centralized currently in Hungary. So I believe that if you look at if you look at the theory, and if you look at the NGOs, there has to have a certain kind of harmony and cooperation, and this cooperation is very important between the different parties. And again, a problem of language here, of Hungarian language here, with regard to democratic management of corruption. We have to some way unite and make cooperate the different stakeholders, because we need institutional cooperation of a really high level. Géza Finster, thank you very much. Lately, all my presentation at the university, I start with, I actually teach criminal code, And I always start my presentation with the sentence that what I'm going to say is within the framework of a constitutional democracy. So this is what I am starting my presentation with. Corruption cases protect the transparency of public life. Right now we don't have a clean public life, and if you want to so criminal code can protect the already existing property, and criminal law can protect the clean public life, but criminal law cannot create clean public life. Consequently, criminal code can be enforced by bodies, and these authorities are limited by the same elements as as public life. This morning, I remember two words from this morning. One was the term systematic problem. I would like to propose the politicians who have this idea not to hope to diminish systematic problems. You have to change the system to tackle systematic problems. But let's make an assumption and go back to 100 years ago. And let's see the operation of the Hungarian prosecutor's office, which at that time was also centralized. And it was directly under the government. A few words by Sándor Kozma, who was the first royal chief prosecutor, and these are his words. And what this is a few words from his speech to the prosecutors. Who are you? What is your task? A prosecutor is not a client, not only a public prosecutor, but an independent element of public prosecution, which is mandated directly by the government to find crime and to find criminals, and the prosecutors have to act independently to find truth. So the first message was that prosecutors can only work autonomously. And we can ask the questions, okay, I don't like this autonomous prosecutor's office. We were talking about this is another proposal. This is another way to organize a prosecutor's office. After 27 years ago, it's really time to start. A very excellent professor of law, Tamás Sárközi, 30 years ago said that if we work hard, within 15 years, we can get to the level of the public administration at the end of the 19th century.
When Miklos Ligeti said in his opening lecture that within the system of the the prosecutor's office, you don't even need to give commands to the prosecutors, because you would not be selected to become a prosecutor unless you independently, automatically already follow the instructions, the unwritten rules. Do you agree? Well, let me give you a story. Let me share a story with you. I wrote an article in Népszabadság, the opposition paper that was closed down last year. 10 years ago, I wrote an article which already pointed out, or at least argued, that the way the prosecutor's office works is that it is not transparent, and there are no guarantees that would safeguard it from political intervention. And then he said that, okay, I should... I got an official letter from the prosecutor's office to come out with my sources, to speak up who my sources, my informants were. And, you know, it's not... So they try to exercise control on me in this way. But basically, it's not a question of informants. If you open your eyes, if you analyze things that already at the level of, you know, law student, a university student, you can see how the decisions are taken, what the practices and malpractices are, say, in the operation of the University of Law. So you can see how the system works, what the mechanism is. The problem is that the criteria used for selecting people, for recruiting people, for promoting people are not open and public. So that is non-transparent. And also at the same time, these institutions, the way decisions are made, the way people are selected and recruited, it's not transparent. And unless they are made transparent, what's the incentive to trust them? I certainly don't trust them. And the problem is that with since 2010, the system became worse. It became a closed system. Even the relative transparency that still existed was further reduced. And now, actually, this is taking place at the level of the judiciary. If you ask a law student, say in sophomore year, they will be able to tell you which other law students has a chance of getting employment in the prosecutor's office or the judiciary, given the family contacts and so forth. And what were the reasons? What happened? Well, the present leadership of the chief prosecutor's office, these people first were given a mandate around 2000, and so he had already worked as the chief prosecutor for half of the historical era since the regime change, and his deputy is also somebody who worked in the same position for 17 years. So the chief prosecutor has been leading the office with the same leadership for about 20 years, and this is a system based on personal command. There is debate until a decision is taken, but once a decision is taken, there is no further room for debate. So yes, I used to work there as an intern when I was very young, and they said that we are happy to see diversity of opinion until a given decision is made. But this was a few years ago. Today, the situation is that they don't even tolerate autonomous decision or autonomous deliberation and behavior in the very beginning either. And still, the case is that there are many highly trained, intelligent, and independent autonomous people working within the system, but they have to work in a system where they have no freedom to carry out the work as they would or as they should. Okay, Miklos said that we should not really fall prey to the illusion that it's just an issue of personal personal issues, that of the who the leaders are. I have known the chief press secretary for a long time, Peter Polt. I think since he was an assistant professor, well, actually a teacher's associate. And basically, when he joined the organization, he started working in the organization that used to work more or less in the fashion of a military organization when it was created in 1954. And so the organizational culture did not budge an inch and did not change an inch since then. And I was surprised to see that when he joined the organization, he started operating in the same fashion, because he was not the same person when he was a junior teacher at the university. So the organizational culture did not change, even though there should be another model for running a chief prosecutor's office that based on the model of the judiciary. And yes, we did mention a special Hungarian case, actually a series of events of major, large-scale corruption. And Kálmán György really wanted to set up or to transform the organization in such a way that it serves justice better at the time when the so-called oil cleaning issues, where corruption, organized crime, and the political elite were first linked, according to a number of analysts. So at that time, the earlier chief prosecutor tried to implement some cultural shift. And actually, back at the time, I asked him specifically why they do not react to a number of cases, documents, investigations related to these oil cleaning issues. This was the second half of the 1990s, and he answered that they have no mandate, no freedom to look into these cases, just the same way as they do not have the right to look into documents collected by the secret services. And actually, I have recently consulted some documents, some new legislation proposed that the new government is going to propose on further changes to the system. And actually, they are going to move in this direction even further. I have the impression that I understand your point of view, but still, this chief prosecutor's office is often criticized, saying that they fail to investigate, especially when they are, kind of recommended to do so by Olaf, for example. I'm not sure it is actually true. I did work in investigating corruption, and I have to tell you that it is very, very difficult to investigate these issues. It's very difficult to get to a level where you can officially claim that you have, that people are suspect and they're I don't know how the DNA actually this is the exact abbreviation is the Anti-Corruption Directorate. But first I thought of DNA, I was reminded of DNA as in genetics, and I said, well, in corruption cases it's very rare to actually have a DNA test. So that was my first impression. Anyway, I want to remind people that the explanation that we should find for so the explanation for corruption is not always the politicians acting in bad faith, or the fact that there's no investigation is not always linked to the fact that the system is captured by politics. Well, speaking as a politician, I still believe that the greatest threat, the greatest danger is to accept the present reality as a given. I do agree with many points that you've made and that the other scholarly colleagues have made. But let me tell you this. Obviously, none of us thinks that setting up an anti-fraud prosecutor's office or an anti-corruption office would solve the problem of corruption in itself. Obviously, if you want to have change in the positive direction, you need many measures. You need a set of steps, not only at the institutional and not only at the regulatory level, not only at the level of a paradigm shift or a cultural shift in the field of public administration, but society as a whole. So I do not believe that this proposal is designed to be a magic bullet or a magic wand. It is only a partial remedy that should contribute to improving the situation. And it was designed and proposed as such. Now, it is still clearly the case that you can have an institution that has a positive impact on the working of a given sector of society. For example, this was clearly demonstrated by setting up the DNA in Romania. Of course, it did not eliminate corruption as such, but it did significantly contribute to decreasing the level of corruption and also to change the attitude of people. You can see that attitudes to corruption change in Romania, not only and exclusively as a result of the work carried out by DNA, but they certainly did contribute. And this would be direly needed in Hungary as well. Point 3, is it an illusion or is it, a naive demand to introduce such a scheme in Hungary? Well, believe me, I might look stupid, but I still have an understanding of political realities and the limits imposed by these realities on setting up such a system, such an institution. Of course, I do not of course, I have no illusion that the present government would set up a similar institution. But then again, I think we have to think in advance, and we have to be able to think many steps, many years in advance. Even as a politician, you should have a vision to see what institutional guarantees you can provide to make sure that things that will be better later on, because that's the way to gain the trust of people. So it all boils down to seeing whether we can set up guarantees, institutions that enable, at least some level of progress and enable society to make sure to see that these adverse phenomena are reduced in scope gradually. And if I'm proposing such a scheme, it's not because I believe that politicians in a regime after the Fidesz will be inherently better. Of course, I hope they will be, and I hope that certain basic forms of misdemeanor will not return. But still, I think that it is exactly due to the limitation of human nature. We need institutional checks and guarantees, and that's why we have to propose schemes to curb the propensity of people to engage in corruption. Now, in this perspective, it is clearly the case that the Chief Prosecutor's Office is performing on a much lower level than it should and than it used to. So we are seeing a decrease in the quality of these services provided. And of course, this has to do with this has to do with many conditions. We have to be mindful of these conditions, and we have to come up with a proposal that is based on an analysis and understanding of these conditions. And yes, this is a proposal that tries to do just that. And of course, we have to recognize, and I do recognize that this could be done better. That's why we decided to come out in the open and to speak explicitly about these institutional factors, and so as to invite others to take part in the debate and come up with a better set of proposals. That's why we are working, that's why we are proposing institutions and measures to have greater levels of transparency. That's why we want civil control. That's why we want to have a public body to supervise the work of the prosecutor's office. And maybe these are not the best guarantees or the best criteria, but you need to propose ways to, help people believe in, change for the better. You need to have a vision. You need to be explicit about these steps in a way that could actually work in practice and could lead in a better direction. So I think our proposal provides good answers, at least to some level. Maybe you can come and improve on them. Thank you very much. That's very much welcome. Well, we have talked about personal or subjective and objective or institutional issues. Well, I think we still have to talk about the subjective or the personal. The greater scope, the greater authority a leader of an institution has, the greater responsibility they should bear for their actions. And I think that for all public institutions, we would need to have at least the appearance of integrity, unless, the lack of this integrity really undermines public trust. And for example, these people, leaders of the judiciary, Tünde Hando, who is the wife of the president of the Republic, or Peter Port, who is the head of the Chief Prosecutor's Office, they do not have integrity in the eyes of the people. And if politics works in such a way that you can't have this integrity, then you should resign. So these people should resign. I think ideals have an important role to play. I think values have an important role to play, and events also play an important role. The very fact that András Horváth had the courage to speak up as a whistleblower, coming, as a clerk working for the tax authority in Hungary, he spoke out and, assumed the risk. This is something very important, and I'm saying for others, I'm waiting for others to, follow his lead. And yes, it takes a long time to build institutions. Constructing institutions takes time. Nevertheless, you said that we shouldn't expect the generation of leaders coming after the Fidesz regime. You said we shouldn't expect them to be any better, but I think we should. If they won't, then we can just give up. But still, it is true that we are experiencing the crisis of a 200-year-old model of democracy. It's not only the Chief Prosecutor's Office, but, say, the Parliament and parliamentary democracy as it is, carried out by the parties, the way we carry out, we have elections, the control mechanisms, have all deteriorated and been weakened, so we need a great turn. I would like to give Miklos a chance to react, and after this we'd like to open up the debate and give the floor to the audience. So Miklos. Well, this is going to be difficult. Mr. Finster was one of my mentors in the Criminology Institute, but still, I need to tell you this. It is often the case that even when we approach the prosecutor's office with specific accusations, the prosecutor's office will often fail to react. And actually, it is much easier today for the prosecutor to not initiate action than it was the case before. So whenever certain cases are sensitive politically, then the prosecutor's office will find a way to do nothing. If you receive an accusation, you can put it on paper and you can send it to another floor and put it in another file, and there are no tools for society or for civil society to, make these people accountable. I think you are right. And I think legislation lost a great opportunity. The new law is on the table of parliamentary deputies, and they failed to address this problem. In Parliament itself, there should be more Democrats, We need to have more MPs who are actually committed to democracy, and also the MPs with legal background or legal qualifications seem to have lost the ethical, have lost touch with the ethical foundations. So this really is a scandal. There have been some improvements in the work of the authority, of the prosecutor's office. There used to be, on the other hand, on some levels, and basically, since the French Revolution, the separation of powers, and having legislation, prosecution, and defense, and them they having and the courts they having a they have to have the same weight, and now these centuries-old principles are violated. For example, in practical terms, the prosecutor's office would be obliged to give a written justification for not taking action, and they don't do this, and they are not mandated to do so. Okay, thank you very much. And now I would like to open up the floor so that the audience can also ask their questions.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank you for this really exciting debate. One of the interpretation of this debate that the cultural and political environment, as well as the role of personalities, how they change here in Hungary. So I would like to reflect to all of your remarks. And what Flák Zoltán coined as institutional optimism, I believe it should be forgotten about. However, it's clear that we don't have to turn 180% degree. And I would like to challenge Flák Zoltán a little bit with regard to the case of the prosecutors and the judicial. Yes, I see that all the institutions work in the same political environment, and it means that the general political environment should be changed for the institutions to make better work. It's clear, I understand it. However, on the other hand, looking at the problem empirically, the work of the judiciary and the prosecution's office are different. Very often, and I'm sorry to judge them, the Hungarian law enforcement treated as one, but this is not the case. The Hungarian law enforcement has two parts, and I believe that the prosecutor's office's work is really unsatisfactory. However, the judiciary is much better, and this fact is independent, and unlike the centralized nature of the judicial system in Hungary, and in that I agree with Zoltán. But it's important to see that such a level of centralization is also a factor. But we have to see that if we look at the effectiveness of the institutions from the point of view of public life and the rule of law, we cannot compare the prosecutor's office to the judiciary. The interpreter cannot hear the contribution. So Miklos and I have mentioned before that we are very active in the public life. So this is just an example among many to show the differences between the two parts of the law enforcement system of Hungary. Hopefully this other microphone works. It has to do something with the director of IT. First, I would like to congratulate to the panel and to the audience. In my international work, I used to deal with such cases, and I think that the level and quality of discussion is really unique, and I haven't seen anything like that before in this field. And I believe that on the one hand, the trust put in the new institutions, and I think when Zoltán Flák mentioned the illusion, I believe that it's, and you all made it clear that this proposal is dangerous in countries where the prosecutor's office is really problematic, and where it is the spine of corruption. There maybe it is a possible way to replace such an office. However, this is not the case in Hungary. I think we could be able to reform the prosecutor's office, for example, based on the proposals you made, which I detail. Maybe new solutions could be implemented with regard to the institution. However, I don't think that Benedek Jávor's proposal is the right way. And I would like to clarify the illusions with regard to DNA. I already made a reference to it. DNA has a long story, and there are several problematic elements in this story. On the one hand, it is useful, but on the other hand, you had to pay a price for its results. Benedek Jávor would like to react to this. Just a quick reaction. Yes, DNA is not a perfect institution. I am aware of the literature on DNA and the critiques of DNA. But this is something we can learn from, and we want, when we are willing to learn from the experiences and the example of DNA. And we made certain safeguards, for example, based on the example of DNA. With regard to DNA, we can see that sometimes this office works together and is a tool of the intelligence service in Romania. So I think we have to be very careful, and we have to be very careful with the political motivations. And sometimes DNA does have political motivations when indicting people. And so, yes, you have to worry with regard to DNA, but we have to learn from those mistakes. But I still believe that the results DNA produced in Romania is important socially, politologically, and as a result, the Romanian society realized that grand corruption can be tackled. Ministers, senators, mandates, even prime ministers are investigated by DNA, and I think this is a very important result in the operation of the society. Thank you very much for your contributions. I would like to also say a thank you for the audience. However, Zoltán Flek would like to react to your question. Am I right to think you made a question, just 2 short sentences with regard to the meaning of institutional optimism? This is a terminology used by Martin Krieger. And as opposed to it, he mentions cultural skepticism. But it doesn't mean that institutions are not important. It means that we put too much trust into the institutions and believe that institutions solve cultural problems. So this is what cultural skepticism means. With regard to the judiciary, I am not conservative. However, due to the nature of the judiciary, this is different. It needs longer time to corrupt the judges. And when I talk to my students, just think of the harshest years of the Nazi Germany. Even then, there was a sign of independent judiciary. Judges can become autonomous. They can close the doors of their offices. However, the distribution of cases and the importance of cases, so when to interfere, I am sure that you will receive cases, but we cannot really talk about an interjudiciary system.
Sorry, yes. Thank you very much for the introduction. Maybe I should say, before I start, a few words about my title, because it's a bit confusing for everyone who does not work in the European institutions. So I'm the assistant to the Director General of Olaf, so I'm the assistant of Mr. Kessler, whom you heard this morning. So this does not mean, as you may suspect since I stand here, that it's secretary, that it means more like a policy assistant, more like an advisor who assists him in basically all his work. Okay, so I would like to speak to you about the EPPO, so the European Public Prosecutor. As you may know, the Commission proposal on the European Public Prosecutor is already dating from a while ago. It was adopted in July 2013, so almost 4 years ago. Within the Commission, there are two services responsible for this file. So actually the person who was on the agenda from DG Justice, he is from one of the Commission services responsible for the file, and I'm, well, from Olaf, who is the other service. So there are two services for this project, because it actually has two dimensions if you look at it from a very broad sense. On the one sense, you can see it from the judicial view, so it's a European public prosecutor, so it goes into the judicial cooperation or creating a judicial body on European level, but the purpose of the EPPO is the fraud protection, so this is why Olaf is there as well, because currently the only European body for fraud protection is Olaf. So this Commission proposal on the EPPO is part of the Commission's overall strategy to combat fraud against the European Union budget. So there's the EPPO regulation, there's also the directive on the protection of the financial interests, and there's also Eurojust, there's also regulation. What is the EPPO? So the EPPO, as I already said, it's a European prosecuting office to protect the budget from crimes such as fraud, corruption, or money laundering. It will be a specialized and independent union body, and it will be responsible for investigating, prosecuting, and bringing to judgment the perpetrators, or so the fraudsters basically, so those who offend against the union's financial interest. So why does it matter? Why was there the idea to create the EPPO? Last year, the union budget included more than 120 million euros in funds for the benefits of the member states, of private enterprises, and also in the end, European citizens. So these funds are there to stimulate growth, to help to fight against unemployment, to nurture economic and social equality, to strengthen education, to strengthen research. As you know, there are many different funds for different purposes. And obviously, this money should not go into the pocket of criminals, because the losses because of fraud are very high and may go into billions of euros. And if the money is lost to fraudsters, then obviously we cannot benefit to this money. So the funds which are foreseen to stimulate our economic activities would be lost, and this we obviously want to avoid. So now, with the establishment of the EPPO, which is not decided yet, but we're in the final stages of the legislative negotiations, the institutional framework for fighting fraud should be considerably strengthened. The EPPO will not act by its own, but it will work together with other national and European bodies. And this is a bit what I will focus on in my presentation. You also see the title, the EPPO, Olaf, and then most relevant for Hungary, the cooperation with non-participating member states. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide if I manage. Yeah, okay. So what is actually the mandate of Olaf? I think I should recall this at the beginning because otherwise it may be a bit confusing who does what. So the mandate of Olaf is to investigate into fraud, corruption, and other illegal activities affecting the EU financial interests. So basically, whenever there is a fraud or anything else, also irregularities, which affect the financial interests, so which affect EU funds, and also which affect EU revenues. Then there is, in addition to that, investigation into suspicious suspicions of serious misconduct by EU staff and members of the EU institutions. So we also investigate if there's nothing related to the EU interests, but there could still be, for instance, a case of corruption of someone who works for the European institutions, which, if he receives money, is maybe not directly affecting the EU budget, but of course it's a serious reputational risk, so this Olaf deals with as well. Then the third bullet point, there are mutual administrative assistance. Okay, it's a bit technical wording. Basically what it means, it's coordination cases. So Olaf works together with national authorities in the area of customs, agriculture matters, and others to help us to work together to fight fraud in these areas. But Olaf has a sort of double role. So the first 3 bullet points which you see there, it's the investigative role of Olaf. And in these investigations, Olaf is independent. It's independent from national governments, but also from the European institutions. So we don't get anyone telling us what we should investigate, which is important because we also investigate on the staff of the European institutions, for instance. But then part of Olaf has a sort of a different role. It's the anti-fraud policy and the legislative development. So in this sort of, under this hat, we work when we work on the legislative procedure to create the European Public Prosecutor. And then there's also fraud prevention and support. For instance, we assist other EU bodies, but we also assist national authorities when they want to develop an anti-fraud policy. And in this policy role, we are actually a normal Commission service, meaning we have a commissioner who gives us the political guidance to go forward. Okay, next slide. Impact of the establishment of the EPPO. Yeah, I think exactly. So I said I wanted to focus in my presentation on how EPPO will work together with other bodies protecting the EU budget. So this is why I also want to explain that there are certain roles of Olaf, which is currently doing, where there's actually no interaction with the EPPO, and this is this slide, so what this slide is about. So I mentioned earlier investigation into non-fraudulent irregularities. Also, as mentioned by Mr. Kessler this morning, member states notify us of irregularities in funds which are spent, and this doesn't necessarily need to be a fraud. It could just be irregular behavior, or sometimes you cannot prove the intent element, and then you also need to classify it under irregularities. This is something which we continue doing, but which the EPPO is not competent about, because the EPPO only works for things which are criminal matters. Then, there were, as I mentioned earlier, is the investigations concerning EU staff, so protecting the reputational risk, anything which is also outside protection of the EU budget. This is also something independent of the EPPO. And then investigations of the EPPO in non-participating member states. So when the EPPO works with non-participating member states, then this has no influence. And now I'm losing actually the bullet. I think it's a bit confusing. Sorry, I'll come back to that later, so maybe we forget it for this at this point in time. Mutual administrative assistance, this is what I explained, so the cooperation with other national authorities. And then what I also mentioned, policy development, fraud prevention and support. These areas are not affected by the establishment of the EPPO. So, but now this slide deals with where the work of the EPPO will have an influence on Olaf. So this is investigations of suspected fraud in the member states participating in the EPPO. So where there are cases of suspected fraud and where the EPPO will deal with the case participating member states, then the EPPO will be able to conduct criminal investigations and prosecute. But Olaf continues to have his mandate for administrative investigations. So maybe we take a step back and look how the situation is today. So today, Olaf does the administrative investigations into fraud and irregularities. When then Olaf, in his investigations, comes to the conclusion that there is a crime, like the fraud or another crime, it sends recommendations to a national authority and says, okay, this is what I have done, this is the result of my investigation, and I recommend that you look into the matter and that you prosecute Mr. A, Mr. B, and Mr. C, because we think that he has committed a crime. And then the national prosecutor takes up the case and obviously then assesses from his level, okay, do I agree, do I think this is a crime? If yes, then there is the indictment. So, for those member states who are in the EPO, those member states have decided that they want to work together, that they want to have a joint prosecuting body. So in these cases, Olaf will still do an administrative, or may, let's put it this way, may do an administrative investigation at the beginning into irregularity, and then realizes, oh, there is a crime, and then instead of going to, let's say, the prosecutor of France, it would go to the EPO and say, look, here I have a case where I think this is a crime. And as the EPO will be responsible for these crimes, the EPO will take up the case. So then from this it becomes clear that the two bodies will need to cooperate with each other. And the principles of this cooperation, they are laid down into the EPO regulation. So this is what is mentioned there in the bullet point. So it's the Article 57A, in case you're really curious and want to read the text. The EPO regulation will not amend the OLAF regulation. So we have also a regulation which deals with our tasks, but this will not change by the EPO regulation. However, sorry, this is now a bit technical maybe. From OLAF's point of view, we will also need to know, and as a public body, we of course need a legislation for everything we do. So we will need to know, okay, how exactly should we work with the EPO? When would we oblige to inform the EPO? When, I don't know, would we oblige to help the EPO if the EPO helps us? So this is not currently regulated, but once the EPO has been established, there will also be a revision of the OLAF regulation, which will then deal with the details. I mean, it's not so complicated because the principles are there. The principles are there that when we discover something where we think it's a crime, we will go to the EPO rather than to the national authorities. But, okay, for a public body, it's better to have the details in a regulation. Okay, next slide. So what will be the main principles for the relationship between the EPO on the one hand and OLAF on the other hand? So as I explained before, there are two different distinct mandates. The EPO will be doing the criminal, and OLAF continues to do the administrative, as we already do now. We will work together. We obviously both have the same goal. We want to fight fraud, so we will exchange information. So this can mean if we are working on an investigation, we realize, oops, criminal element, we inform the EPO. Or if the EPO is working on something and then realizes, okay, there's an additional element, I'm not quite sure whether this is criminal or whether this is non-criminal, they may refer this to us and say, okay, Olaf, can you please do an administrative inquiry? Also, you have the expertise into the different EU funds, so can you basically help us? So this is how this is supposed to work. But, of course, we should avoid to duplicate. So once the EPO has taken up a criminal case, we should not investigate the same matter, obviously. So no duplication, but rather we should work complementarily. And the EPO should support the OLAF, my last bullet point, should support the EPO, as I mentioned, when we can be of assistance. Okay, so the role of OLAF, once the EPO is established, it's a little bit repetitive of partly what I said before. So it will report to the EPO any criminal conduct in respect of which the EPO could exercise its competence. So we have an obligation to inform them when we realize there's a criminal element. We don't do a parallel investigation, I also already said. And we will continue conducting investigations where the EPO has not opened an investigation, and we also continue to do administrative recoveries. So where the third bullet point, we will continue conducting investigations in cases where the EPO has not opened an investigation. This sounds a bit bizarre maybe, or confusing. The issue is that the EPO does not have the exclusive competence for fraud cases, criminal cases. This was the way it was foreseen at the beginning by the Commission, but then member states in the negotiations, they didn't want to have exclusive competence. They said, okay, we member states want to still continue to be competent in parallel. So this is why there could be cases where there is a shared competence and then the EPO does not act, but the member state acts, but then maybe the member state doesn't cover everything. So this is why there is still a possibility for OLAF to intervene. So basically the idea is that there shouldn't be a gap. There shouldn't be a gap that because the EPO does not act and a certain national authority does act, but maybe others don't. So this is why OLAF can still be able to work. Then the second part, so these administrative recovery, it's maybe important to know that OLAF already does quite a lot of work, which is not the criminal part. So when we do administrative investigations, there is the administrative recovery, so the money needs to be recovered, and there may also be disciplinary procedures. So if there has been some irregularity and we realize, okay, the money needs to be recovered for the EU budget, OLAF is involved in this, gives financial recommendations, and maybe there's also a disciplinary element because maybe a member of staff of one of the institutions or of a delegation was involved. So a substantive amount of our work is already in this field, so not in the pure criminal, and this obviously continues. Okay, and what will the EPO need to do in relation to OLAF? Not only will OLAF be a source of incoming information to the EPO, but also those cases where the EPO decided not to open an investigation. It may have dismissed a case because it considers it's not a priority, it cannot do everything, but then it can pass the information on to OLAF. It can say, okay, I don't think there's a criminal case, or I don't have the resources, it's not sufficient trans-border, even though, okay, if it's purely national, but fine. So it can pass the information to OLAF. And then, the second one, the second bullet, it may also ask for OLAF's assistance when it opens an investigation, expertise, analysis, operational support. We have, for instance, one unit in OLAF who's quite specialized on forensics and on assessing electronic data, huge amounts of electronic data. And we have quite an expertise on that, and sometimes also national authorities ask us to help them with assessing like huge data sets or something. So the same is true for the EPO, who can also ask us to provide it with support. Okay, non-participating member states. Maybe taking back a step again. So, okay, at the beginning, Commission proposal, of course, we were optimistic and we were hoping that all the member states would participate in this project. But then this was not the case, and according to the treaty, there's a possibility, if not all the member states are happy to agree in this project, then a minimum number of 9 can start what is called enhanced cooperation. So this is what has happened in this case. So there was no unanimity of all the member states to do the project together, and then a number of member states have said, okay, but we still want to continue doing it, and this is what we call technically enhanced cooperation. So at this moment, 17 member states have notified the institutions that they want to work on the EPO. And it's expected that others will join in the coming weeks, because a few have voiced they still need more time, or they had some certain questions. So a reasonable assumption is probably that the EPO would be established with about 20 member states. As I'm sure you know, Hungary has decided not to be part of that group. So Hungary would be a non-participating member state. So then, of course, it's a valid question. Okay, what happens with Hungary, and how would fraud protection work in member states such as Hungary, where which did not join the EPO? So the challenge is that we need a framework which ensures that the EU financial interests are protected throughout the EU. We obviously don't want to have a situation which is worse than before, that we have an EPO and then we have sort of holes where the EPO is not there, and then there is like a vacuum. The current EPO text does not regulate any specific modalities how the EPO should cooperate with the non-participating member states. So there used to be a provision in the draft regulation which set out that the participating member states could call the EPO their competent authority. But this has been taken out, because member states didn't want to have the specific details on the cooperation with non-participating member states in the text. So this we don't have at the moment. There is a possibility that the Commission may do a proposal that there would be a specific legal text on this, but to be seen. But what's the situation now? So even in absence of any specific text in the EPO regulation, what is the situation? So we have the treaty itself. That's the 325 TFU, is the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union. So there is a treaty which places on every member state the obligation to protect the budget and also to fight fraud affecting the EU financial interests. So this obligation is obviously not changed on whether or not you join the EPO. This obligation of every member state to help fighting fraud is still there. So from this, it's the Commission view, at least, that the non-participating member states, they are of course not allowed to obstruct the work of the EPO, but they are also obliged to collaborate with the EPO. So while before they have been obliged to collaborate with France and Portugal and Germany, let's say, if the member states notifies Hungary and says, look, I have a fraud case and I have evidence to believe that it's cross-national, so we need to exchange information, then the member state cannot say, oh, yeah, sorry, not interested in your problem. That would be infringement of this treaty obligation. So this treaty obligation still remains, and if now a couple of member states have said, okay, our fraud protection, we pool it in the EPO, then this means that the others should still be obliged to work with the pool. I think it would be a bit formalistic to say, okay, now you're not France, even you're France, you told you want to do this in the pool, I only speak to France directly. Hopefully not, but okay. But we certainly need a solution to make this system work, and I hope that everyone shares this common interest, because fraudsters, they have become very professional, and they look exactly at the legislation, and they also look at the loopholes, as Mr. Kessler mentioned this morning. So there's the corruptors, the grand corruption, I think he said, or not only corruption, also other types of fraud. So some people who are really sophisticated and they check exactly where the loopholes are. And I think we all have a joint interest to avoid this.
I'm sorry, Claire, can I ask you to please conclude, because
yes,
we're not going to have time for a discussion.
Okay, fine. So there will be two pillars then in this joint cooperation. So there will be the future cooperation between the EPO and the non-participating member states. And there will also be OLAF, who will continue to conduct administrative investigations in the non-participating member states and in the participating member states as well. Actually, my next slide is the conclusion. So that's good. So to conclude, the establishment of the EPO will be a significant step forward in the protection of the financial interests. And, okay, it's not adopted yet, and as I mentioned, there are still some elements which need to be clarified, such as the cooperation between OLAF and the EPO, such as the cooperation between the EPO and non-participating member states. And we all need to work on that. This framework ensures a level of protection which is ideally equal in all the member states, or at least that there are no loopholes. Yeah, Olaf is certainly committed to make this happen, and will work together with the member states and EPO for a joint common goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A few introductory words from Daniel Freund.
Thanks. Well, thanks first of all to TI Hungary for inviting me here. In the interest of transparency, I should maybe start by saying that, well, the project I work on at TIU in Brussels is financed by George Soros. So when I came here last night, I was sitting in my hotel room, and obviously I was waiting for a phone call from George telling me what I should talk about here today. Unfortunately, he never called, so I had to write my own speech here today. So the promise of the European Union is that of a political system that is built on the rule of law, on democracy, and on a merit-based economy. But too often we have seen that corruption can stand in the way of this. So the EU Office of Transparency International, but also the 25 chapters we have at the moment in the EU, have been working very hard to make this a reality. And from the outset, our advocacy in Brussels has been focused mainly on two things. On the one hand, we want to make sure that the EU institutions themselves are mostly free of corruption. And then, of course, we also look into the legislation that goes through the EU institutions. And on both these fields, there have been tangible successes in the past few years. We have seen, when it comes to the institutions themselves, there has been a code of conduct introduced in the European Parliament, stricter rules for lobbying, more transparency, longer cooling off periods for officials. On the side of legislation, we have seen the introduction of way more transparency, for example, for extractive companies in the oil, gas, and mining sector, where they have to publish how much money they're giving to governments in Congo or Nigeria, for example. And as part of the anti-money laundering directive, we now have the imminent introduction of registers of beneficial ownership in all EU member states. And I think these are great advances. They have set the agenda even at a global level. At the same time, we have a situation now in Europe where the basic purpose of the Union and the functioning are put to question like never before. We have Brexit, we have an election campaign in France where Marine Le Pen is running on a promise of taking France out of the euro, possibly out of the European Union. And when I came here from the airport, Mr. Kastler mentioned it already this morning, you can't oversee the Stop Brussels posters that the Hungarian government has put up. So there is resurgent nationalism across the continent, waning confidence in the institutions, and, well, we question the ability of the European Union, whether it can still deliver on its promise of prosperity, security, and solidarity. And we've seen that the trust of citizens in the EU institutions has been declining steadily since the onset of the financial crisis. And along with this view, there are many out there that think that the EU is increasingly dominated by special interests, and some critics even accuse the EU and its policies of undermining democratic control or even fueling corruption. So despite a long history of the EU of promoting good governance, the rule of law, anti-corruption reforms, the EU faces a number of challenges. Some of this has already been mentioned here today. The amount of money that is lost to corruption in the European Union each year, somewhere between the estimate of the Commission of 120 billion and outside think tanks that go as high as a trillion euros each year that is lost. We see that particularly in those countries that have recently acceded to the European Union, that corruption reforms have stalled or even started reversing. There are 7 EU member states: Bulgaria, Croatia, Greece, Italy, Romania, Slovakia, and Hungary, which still score 51 or lower in our corruption perception index. And I think if I look at the situation here in Hungary, we are moving into a situation of state capture. The government is exploiting its power for private gain. It is plundering the central bank, rerouting European and national funds into the pockets of friends and family. And anyone that speaks out against the situation is systematically prosecuted, attacked, or weakened, whether this is the opposition, media, civil society, or now even academics. So the EU itself is hampered and limited in what it can do in the field of anti-corruption because it has very limited legal powers, for example, on anti-bribery legislation or in the area of political party finance. So implementation and enforcement of anti-corruption laws lies with the member states, as we know. Here now we discuss a 20-year-old idea of a European public prosecutor. I think what has been said, that the proposal of the Commission put forward in 2013, discussions are much older than this. This has been kicked around between the institutions in Brussels for a long time, and particularly member states are still fearing a loss of sovereignty, even with a very weak proposal. I have to say that we're now discussing and where finally there might be some movement on it. I know that EU officials and Olaf don't want to speak about a European FBI, but I think it's good to have a quick look, at least, at the FBI, which will turn 110 years old next year. So when in the United States, when they were faced with cross-border or cross-state border crime, terrorism, at the time the assassination of a US president, well, the Americans recognized that they needed a federal bureau to investigate where the states could no longer do the job. So I think we can all agree that the Illinois State Police would have not been able to deal by itself with Al Capone. It took the combined efforts of the FBI and the IRS to bring him down. In Europe, we still think that the police in Estonia, for example, can keep at bay the Russian mafia, or that the police of the Ixelles commune, where I live in Brussels, is well equipped to deal with the terrorism of ISIS. So I don't have to repeat, as has been said before, the extent of transborder crime in the EU, or even just in the Schengen area. The EU is losing significant funds each year to corruption. Everyone knows it, everyone sees it. At the same time, despite this very clear vision, Olaf currently, just to mention it, has a staff of 422. And this is down from 468 in 2009. We also have a situation where, in those cases where Olaf has done an investigation, is now handing them over to national prosecutors, about half of those cases get lost in the handover, and national authorities and Olaf mutually blame each other for that situation. To come back quickly to the FBI has 35,000 staff. Special agents and support staff. This is more staff than the entire European Commission has. So basically, even with the proposal that we have for an EPPO on the table at the moment, I think calling this ambitious is pushing it. And this basically allows a widespread impunity for crimes against the financial interests of the Union. So to conclude, just very quickly, I think what we need in the European Union is a strategic reflection on what do we do about the fight against corruption. I've said the Union has very little competence in this area, but one thing that the EU can really do is give civil society the means, the data, the legislation, so that civil society can work to hold those in power to account. And that is something that the EU has been good at, but could still do more. And just to mention a few examples of what can be done, whistleblower protection across the European Union is something where the EU is competent. Allowing those that want to speak out against corruption and giving them the necessary protection to do so is something that the EU could easily do. So I'm looking forward to the debate now on how well we all can do this together as citizens, member states, the EU institutions, civil society, to fight corruption in the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking for a quick reaction from Benedek Jávor on the EPO and also the specific way in which it is being set up, what Hungary can do or how it will affect Hungary being left out, essentially. And after that, I'm going to open the floor to everyone in the audience so we can have the discussion together at the same time, which might be a more cost and time-effective way of doing it. So microphones in the room very soon, please. You can start thinking about your questions or comments. And before I open the floor, Benedek Jávor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just to make it easier to discuss in the panel, I will continue in English. Just some short reactions. First of all, I would like to remind you that the idea of the European Public Prosecutor's Office, EPPO, is nothing new. Even before the Lisbon Treaty, there were a lot of works on the possibility of an all-European investigative body for the protection of the financial interests of the European Union. And the EPPO idea itself, it was set up exactly 10 years ago when the Lisbon Treaty was signed in 2007. So we have the idea on the screen for a long time, and still we are here in 2017 in a situation when only 17 member states signed up for the EPPO at the moment, keeping in mind that some additional ones are expected to join later on. But there are some member states leaving out from this cooperation, leaving out from the EPPO. And I believe that this is a major problem. Firstly, because this creates an uneven level of monitoring, of controlling of the spending of the EU money. And there are different regimes in the different member states how to control and how far the European institutions can go to investigate regarding frauds in the spending of the EU funds. And I think that if there are wrong messages right now in Europe, then this is a wrong message. That some member states can do something and some other member states are doing something completely different. Also, it raises a lot of practical questions. For example, and I am very happy to see that EPPO includes the question of VAT frauds. This is essential from the perspective of the European Union, as VAT makes the basis for, or partly the basis for the payments of the member states to the EU budget. So any fraud regarding the VAT cuts and undermines the payments of the member states to the EU, and so it has a direct effect on the budget of the European Union. But we see, and we know very well, that most of the VAT frauds have a cross-border nature. Those carousel frauds, which we know very well, they involve sometimes 3, 4, even more member states. And just imagine that there is a VAT fraud activity or some actions, and EPPO starts to investigate, and suddenly they find themselves in a member state which is not member of the EPPO. They have some fraudulent activity in a member state. They should investigate, but they cannot, because the investigation should be continued in another member state which is not member of the EPPO. So from very practical perspective, I think that this situation is completely intolerable. Also, this is a problem because some of the member states which didn't sign up for EPPO are those who are the biggest beneficiaries of the EU funding, including Hungary and Poland, for example. We receive most of the money. And those countries are saying that, okay, we want your money, but you have nothing to do how we spend it. And this is again something which is exactly the worst possible message to European institutions. And for this situation, and I finish it soon, I think that there are different possible solutions. The first solution is not to solve the problem, to accept this as it is. That's, from a practical perspective, it's possible, but I believe that finally this undermines the credibility of the EU institutions and the sense of the European Union, to be honest, for the people, for the society. It's not a professional question. It's a social question. The second solution, and there are clear signs for that some member states, mainly those who are contributing the most to the common European budget, are going to say that, okay, you don't have to be part of the EPPO, but then you won't receive a single cent from the European budget. And just 2 weeks ago, no, it was last week. Last week we voted in the European Parliament about the discharge report of the European Commission, and there was an amendment which was saying that the participation in the cohesion policy, the access to any kind of European funding, should be dependent on the participation in the EPPO. And this amendment didn't come from Guy Verhofstadt or from the Crazy Greens. This came from the European People's Party, Ingeborg Grässle, chair of the Budgetary Control Committee. And this is a clear sign that there are very strong sentiments in the EU that it was enough. How those member states are spending the EU funds is intolerable and it should be stopped. And here, Hungary and other member states not participating in the EPPO, I think that send the clear message that we don't pay any attention to your concerns, and this could be concluded in cutting the EU funding for those member states, and I think that this would be very painful for Hungary, not only for the government, but also for Hungary. And the last remark, or the last option to do, and perhaps this is something we still can do, is to strengthen the competencies and rights of Olaf regarding the administrative investigations. And I think that anyhow this is necessary, but in this situation where some member states are not participating in the EPPO, some of them are those who are the biggest beneficiaries of EU funding, I think that this is unavoidable to give additional competencies, additional rights to Olaf, to be more effective, to be more efficient, to have more rights to investigate in the member states, and also to be capable to sanction those wrongdoings and frauds which they experience in the member states. So the EPPO situation, I think, has a huge effect on the OLAF regulation as well. And if there is, if the Union cannot put enough pressure to the member states to join the EPPO cooperation, then we have to move ahead with the OLAF regulation to strengthen the competences and the rights of OLAF.
Thank you very much. So as promised, the opportunity is now yours. I'm opening the floor to everyone in the room. I can see that most of you are not wearing headsets, which means that you understand English, but that doesn't mean that you have to ask your question in English. We obviously still have simultaneous translation, so feel free to speak in Hungarian if you wish, or Romanian. I think we also have translation for that. And it'll be translated for those of us who speak English, but in the interest of the panelists, we're going to carry on the discussion in English. Yes, first question, and I believe that Claire's coming back to the room shortly as well, so I'm sorry, she must have had something urgent to take care of, so maybe hold on with questions for her for a little bit. Yes.
I have a question for Jávor Benedek. I want to refer to your former panel, and I wanted to ask how you can install your changement of the anti-corruption or the corruption prosecution office in Hungary if you have a very right-wing nationalistic populist government like it is now, who uses really delusional propaganda methods to pursue its people.
Yeah, just very quickly, as perhaps other questions concerning the EPPO and the European level. Yeah, at the current situation, I think that there is no reality to set up the institution with this majority in the parliament and with this government. But I believe that we have to have a vision and we have to think on longer terms. So it's not enough to make brainstormings what we can do with this government. This is essential, and we should change the government because any positive development needs the change of the regime. Still, I think that we have to give proposals for the future after the regime change. And this proposal, to be honest, a couple of months ago, there was a few weeks when I had the impression that perhaps it's possible to continue a rational discussion with the government on anti-corruption institutions. Soon this disappeared, so it was not too long. So right now I believe that it's not possible to set up. Still, I think that we have to keep alive the pressure on the government, just to put it there that there is a need for that, and send this message to the society that we are going to do it once this regime is over.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question, the lady in the middle there.
Hello, a question to Benedek Javor, a follow-up to what you said on the amendment.
Excuse me, sorry, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sorry, I'm Florence Laboyère. I'm a French journalist working for the French radio and the newspaper Libération. A follow-up to what you said on the amendment voted last week in the European Parliament. Was it voted, was it put on the agenda, or was it finally adopted, and what will be the consequence? What's the agenda?
Yeah, it was not adopted. It was an amendment to the discharge report of the European Commission. And the amendment came from the European People's Party. It was tabled in by Ms. Ingeborg Grässle, who is a German CDU politician, chair of the Budgetary Control Committee, and herself an institution in Europe, I would say. Finally, it was not adopted. So the majority of the parliament voted against. Even if it had been adopted, the discharge report is not a legislative file, so it wouldn't change the legal situation, but it would have been a very important and strong message that this is the direction the European Parliament wants to move. But it was not adopted, but it received quite a lot of vote. I don't remember the exact numbers, but we can check it. Finally, I think that it's quite important to see that there are those voices, and those voices are not coming from the extremities or not coming from small groups or some specific MEPs, but this is close to the European mainstream political thinking, and I think that this is really a threat to member states like Hungary, who are major beneficiaries of European funding.
Thank you. Miklós Ligeti.
Thank you. A quick question to Olaf. Isn't Olaf concerned about the introduction of EPPO in the form of enhanced cooperation may result in kind of forum shopping for criminals, channeling fraud and corruption and tax evasion to member states which are not contributing, not taking part in the EPPO, that this may be a potential that crime is remaining unsanctioned and go unpunished? Thank you for the answer.
Sorry, I have an additional question to that. And how would you strengthen the Olaf in order to avoid this kind of forum shopping? As far as I remember, already Mr. Oettinger said that Olaf's competences needs to be strengthened. And so that's why I'm asking this.
Thank you. Claire?
It's on. Okay, fine. Yeah. Whether Olaf is concerned, yeah, I think we indeed are concerned, as I said in my presentation. It's not the system we would have, it's not the ideal system. I mean, if you look at the Commission proposal, as I said, the idea was that you have an EPPO who is dealing with all the member states, where all the member states participate, and which has an exclusive competence. So the fact that you have only a number of member states participating, and also that you don't have the exclusive competence anymore, It doesn't need to create loopholes because, as I then said later, I think we all have an interest to make the system work, but it makes it more complex. You then need to sort of find ways for everyone to cooperate and to precisely avoid that there are loopholes. So, yes, it's not the model we would have chosen as an ideal model, but I think you also have to recognize when you start with something, okay, you don't usually get what you wanted in the beginning, and okay, hopefully the negotiations will conclude very soon, and at least we have an EPO. It's not the ideal EPO in all senses, but I think it's a start, and I think many projects have started in a certain way, and maybe not the most ambitious one was the first step, but hopefully there could be a development, and that maybe, I don't know, maybe in a decade there will be an EPO where more member states participate. But okay, until the situation is there, we need to work with what we have, and we need to rely on everyone's wish to cooperate.
Thank you very much. I think Daniel would like to respond to that. Sorry, have you got something else to say?
There was a second question for me, I think.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So how to strengthen OLAF? Yeah, there are different ways. I mean, you rightly point to a presentation made by Mr. Oettinger. We have, and I quickly alluded to that, so we currently have the OLAF regulation, which is the legal basis for OLAF to work. And that legislation, as many European legislations, foresees that after a number of years of application, there's an evaluation. So then the Commission, as the guardian of the treaty, looks at, okay, what was the regulation intended for and how did it work in practice? And then concludes with a report, which is then sent to the Parliament and to the Council. And we as the Commission, we have not finished this evaluation yet, but I mentioned one element to be regulated, which is certainly the way in which EPO will cooperate with the way in which OLAF will cooperate with the EPO. But there are other elements. Indeed, there could be more tools for OLAF. I mean, it would be too much to go into the details, but let's wait for the Commission evaluation, which should come this autumn, and then we take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A final reaction from Daniel.
Just quickly on the EPPO. We have listened this morning to the representative from the DNA and how important the full independence of a body is that truly wants to investigate corruption. I think what we see as a real issue with the EPPO, the way that is conceived now, is we don't have an independent structure. Basically, we have prosecutors that sit in the national prosecution, that get their salary from the national prosecution, but that wear an additional European hat, right? They're a sort of liaison that is supposed to work better with European colleagues. But when it comes to promotion, when it comes to administrative sanctions, if they're not doing their job properly, this still all comes from the national prosecution. So, well, Hungary is not signing up to this, but even if Hungary would sign up to the EPPO, the incentive for these European public prosecutors to then go after corrupt elements that might be linked to the government or families of the government is still relatively limited. So just to point that out so that we all know what we're talking about.
Thank you very much.
Attila Juhász. Welcome everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation and for your request to talk about the relationship of politics and corruption in Hungary, and to talk about it in front of the panel, and also how party politics use corruption based on the available surveys ways I will try to give a kind of answer to this question. First, I would like to start with a very often referred to research by Tarki, the Hungarian Research Institute. And this survey was made in 2009 and then again in 2013, and this is one of the more detailed survey with regard to the value system of the Hungarian society. And this survey shows, with regard to our topic, that the value system of the Hungarian society is very closed, and it's characterized by removing responsibility and blaming others, and this is a biased relationship to corruption, and it means that an average citizen believes that others' corruption is an irregularity and very much present in society. However, when they themselves are corrupt, that's a different question. This is a very typical approach by Hungarian citizens. And this is what we see in the political life of Hungary as well. This attitude is prevalent among the parties and among the political among people in politics. Another conclusion of this survey is that the opinion about corruption is influenced by the politically polarized nature of the Hungarian society. We people basically make divide the society into two, left or right, and so the society is very much divided, and people don't trust the institutions, and the norms are institutionalized. What it means, in other words, is that corruption is what political opponents do. What I do, or what people do on my political side, can be accepted. It's just a kind of act supported by a kind of ideology, and Tarki's research clearly supports this, and it's been the case since the fall of the previous regime. This relative norm and this attitude towards relativizing norms can be illustrated by the so-called Shimicska case, who is a prominent stakeholder in Hungary. As long as Shimicska supported the ruling party, his activities were not described as corruption, and as soon as he had a fight with the Prime Minister Viktor Orban, and it resulted in a harsh conflict, his activities became corruption. And he has been described as an oligarch since then. And it's clear that this norm, so we can see this biased norm, and people are not interested in the actual acts. People are interested in on what side a certain person stands. So we can talk about a moral crisis in the Hungarian society. I think it has a long history and can go back to long-term political attitudes. It's really difficult to change the Hungarian societies, and this is the responsibility of the political actors in Hungary. But before going into details, just a few data about Hungarian society's attitude toward corruption. First of all, talking about politics, your political views are influenced. Your political views influence about your opinion about corruption. So, for example, people are asked about the level of corruption before 2010 or after 2010. If you are in opposition, you say that the corruption is bigger after 2010. If people have no party preference, they believe that all the politicians are corrupt. All in all, we can say that people believe all the parties and politicians are corrupted and corrupt, and the main difference is between the old parties and the new parties. So if people are asked about the corruption of certain parties, we can say that politics can be different, and Jobbik are looked at as less corrupt, and the old parties are looked at as more corrupt. But it's true for all the parties. When people are asked about the fight of corruption made by the different parties, not too many people believe that the parties can effectively fight corruption. 30% of the people said that none of the parties can actually fight effectively against corruption. These data are from 2016 by Publicus. This attitude I have described, namely everybody is corrupt who is in politics, and that the politicians are the most significant tax evaders. 73% believes that, and 78% believes that they protect themselves. And even the corruption in the economy and business life is influenced by the political sphere, according to the survey. And people don't really trust parties and politicians, and they are among the first ones who the voters don't trust. And here you can see the results of the research of Eurobarometers. And coming back to the question of corruption, for approximately 47% of the voters is not a decisive matter when they cast their votes, according to the research made by Publicus. When voters say that when they have to choose between the different political actors, corruption is not a decisive factor, because they find competence or the question of political power more significant in their choices. Political Capital had a research in 2008 providing the exact same data. So I think this is a constant attitude among the Hungarian voters. The lack of trust towards political and government activities results from these previous data. There was a research in 2016, people made by Transparency International. 14% believe that they can do something against corruption, and they believe that there are institutions where they can turn to in the fight against corruption. However, only 21% of people asked say that they would report corruption. So the lack of trust and the kind of apathy describes the attitude of the Hungarian society, which makes the fight against corruption difficult. What is the responsibility of the different parties? What is the responsibility of politics? How have politicians and politics and party politics have contributed to this status? There are 6 elements or 6 characteristics I have listed here, which resulted in the current attitude towards corruption in Hungary. On the one hand, political actors, since the change of the regime, have not found transparency important. In each campaign, cheap politics, smaller parliament, smaller state were emphasized. And also the financing of the parties were promised to be cut by the political parties during their campaigns. And it's true for all of the political actors that they will be very frugal. However, we all know that the financing tools to finance politics and resources are not cheap, and it's very expensive to finance politics. And this is not what makes the public life more transparent. And the transparency of financing parties have been a long problem in the Hungarian politics.
Another factor I wish to highlight is basically trying to cover up for the scandals of your own party. Neither of the parties were in fact ready to acknowledge that they carried out something, which would be the first step of actually starting change. We have seen cases in Western Europe where parties acknowledged that they were not doing perfectly, and then they started to actually behave better. This has never taken place in Hungary. And this actually reflects the attitude and the expectations of voters, because voters for more or less all Hungarian parties seem to be much less worried about the unclear deals of their own parties than by those committed by the opponents of these parties. Furthermore, this is only exacerbated by the crisis communication in the long series of scandals. Whenever there is an incident, some politician is caught red-handed, the party, their members will try to point the finger at the other party, at the other political side. If there is an investigative committee, then there will be a counter committee set up in the Hungarian parliament. And so what we have seen in the past 20 or 25 years, even slightly more, whenever there's a corruption scandal, there's an other scandal action followed by reaction, while nothing actually happens. And so actually in the perception of political parties and actors by society, the perception is even more severe than what the real situation is, because what people say is that there is an endless series of corruption-related accusations without any real sanctions or any legitimate and credible attempt and effort to change things. And this is also closely linked to issue number 4, that is the fact that the campaigns to investigate and counter corruption never bore any fruit. So there have been, outspoken campaigns launched at, say, corruption deals of the previous government, and we have seen many rounds of these, but none of these led to, say, investigating corruption deals and then arresting, politicians for their shady actions, as can be seen in the case of DNA in Romania. Then issue number 5, what we can call consensual corruption, when, according to various rumors, reports, there was a shared participation in using corruption-related funds, and then there seems to be, or the public seems to know, that there has been an arrangement where the parties in majority took 70% and those in opposition took 30% of corruption-related money, which conserved the pattern of shared or consensual corruption for the long run, elevating it to a level which really defined the entire system. And this is, in the end, the last and final element in this brief checklist. Legalizing corruption after 2010, institutionalizing corruption and legitimating it at the ideological level. This has been mentioned already, and if I can refer back to the situation of Mr. Šimička, who used to be the chief of the financing mechanism of Fidesz. He also was head of the tax authority at one point in the year 2000, and for many, many years his name could not be referred to openly in the press, and it was Mr. Gergely Karácsony sitting here who was the first one to mention his name after 2010 in the press, and then he was still the greatest supporter of Fidesz, and he won a large share of public procurement tenders. But he fell out with Mr. Orbán at around 2013 or 14. Actually 2014 and 15, so after the last round of elections, and since then he has been accused of corruption, and now Fidesz talks about his corruption because now he is an opponent of the ruling party. Anyway, we can go into the dimensions that are more political or more economic. I will not go into all the factors, but you should see the basics, and I'm going to be focusing on the basics. So, what is the character of systematic corruption in Hungary today? There is the political and state dimension. Corruption is legitimized, legalized, both by politics. This is reflected in the use of public funds in shady ways. This has actually been analyzed and published or described several times by many actors, including Transparency International Hungary, and all these considerations point in the direction of the statement that the pattern of corruption today is radically different from that of the world before 2010. And this leads me to the final question of my presentation, that is, can we still find social support for the fight against corruption today. So can we convince voters that it makes sense to fight corruption? Can political parties reflect the potential? Can they convince their voters that they have the potential of standing up against corruption in an efficient manner in the future? All research carried out in the field concludes and agrees that corruption is perceived to be a grave and severe problem, a decisive factor of Hungarian public life, something that should be changed. For example, the latest research published by Ipsos, an independent firm, ranks corruption as the second most severe factor identified by Hungarian voters after the public healthcare, the condition of the public healthcare system. Then again, about half of voters say that corruption is a very important and decisive factor, even though the other half of voters does not agree, and they think it is not really a decisive factor for their political preferences. According to a survey carried out by Transparency International, young people are more inclined to think that although all politicians are corrupt, this is a belief shared by 54% of young people, but still 84% believe that this is something we cannot accept. We cannot accept a state of affairs where corruption is an organic part of politics and political life. 2/3 of young people state that they would report corruption events if they encountered them, which is more than that for the rest of society. However, I would like to ask you, please raise your hands. Would you report incidents of corruption if you observed it? I have good news. You are all very young, obviously, and thus the future is yours. If we can turn this into a movement, Hungary has great chances in the future. So I'm lucky and honored to be in such good company. József Péter Martin already pointed this out in the morning, but realizing that many of you might not have been here with us from the very start, I want to emphasize it again that it is not a coincidence that there are no politicians representing the ruling parties. They invited, the organizers invited representatives of the ruling party. Also, invitations were sent to the chief prosecutor's office, and also to think tanks close to the government were invited, but they did not accept the invitation. Okay, Mr. Gergely Bárándy is the only politician at the table who has had a history of, being in government. Nevertheless, I want to give the floor to Ákos Hatházi first, and the reason is that he was the only one who took the trouble to sit through all the presentations from early morning, so I think this is reason enough to give him the floor. And he happens to be also the rapporteur and the spokesperson of the party Politics Can Be Different, LMP, in the field of corruption. So I would like to ask you, Ákos, first about how you see the past few years of Hungary, the trends and so forth in, regarding corruption. Does this work? Well, There was a question concerning my reaction to whatever was, said today. I want to make it clear that I came with great expectations and I learned a lot. Nevertheless, there was one issue that I wanted to hear Mr. Kessler's answer to a question. I was happy to see the figures that he shared, and that would be interesting to, make these numbers more well known for the general public. But still, I want to stress this again. The Hungarian government often defends its comportment by saying that its behavior by saying that the European institutions only found fault with 1% of the projects using European public funds. So there was only 1% of the cases where EU institutions found problems, irregularities, and so forth. But I wanted to ask Mr. Kessler about the extent, the proportion what proportion of these projects were actually controlled by EU institutions. Now, I think EU controls can never be more than the tip of the iceberg. And I think it is us who should carry out the bulk of these controls. Nevertheless, I wanted to know Mr. Kessler's, assessment or his answer, what proportion is investigated. But I think you did have some private discussion with Mr. Kessler. You didn't receive an answer in private either. I mean, in your personal discussion. Also, in our discussion, we did not receive any specific answer. Still, he did share some interesting figures. For example, in his response also said that the proportion of the cases so there was a discrepancy as he presented. The Olaf found a much larger proportion of cases with irregularities when EU funds were used in Hungary. The Olaf found a much larger proportion of irregular behavior than is the case at the European average. This was very interesting and instructive. Nevertheless, especially compared to the cases that were found by the national authorities. Nevertheless, I think it goes without saying, it is evident that Hungarian corruption will not be solved by the EU, will not be solved by EU institutions. It is something for us to clear up. It is something for us to resolve. Okay, I want to refer to one discussion only. When we are in, I often have the chance to be answering the moderator's, Miss Antonia's questions on the TV screen because she is a journalist as well. And so there was a case where I had a chance to talk to an EU, a high-level EU politician, and I asked him about what their reaction is to, upon seeing what use Hungary makes of these EU funds. But basically, he said that they are very angry, but the way the system was designed, it was going to work with the cooperation of countries that are clearly democratic rule of law states with proper checks and balances and civil control. Well, okay, I'm not sure you answered my original question, but now I would like to give Gergely Karácsony the chance. How can you see, what do you see, how do you judge the last few years' performance in the field of corruption in Hungary?
Thank you for the invitation. We here all know that after the change of the government in 2010, a different type of corruption evolved in Hungary. And Attila mentioned that I was the first person who mentioned the name of Simicska in 2009 when I asked after 2010, when I asked the Prime Minister that when he said that the national cooperation has started, I referred to the person of Simicska. And when I said this name, the atmosphere got frozen. And I still remember when 300 members of the ruling party looked at me because I mentioned the forbidden name of Simicska. At that time, Mr. Orbán didn't inform Simicska that the period of oligarchs is over. And now we all see what's going on between Simicska and the ruling party Fidesz. The point is, we have to ask the question here in Hungary, how can you steal this much money without a revolution breaking out? This new piling of capital that's going on in Hungary, and for example, when one of the mayors of a small village buys half of Lake Balaton, is just a tiny piece of news in a newspaper. So the public is so much fed up with these news. So we have to understand how come that they don't care. And one of the key sentences I heard from András Lánci, who used to be my professor, this is not corruption what's going on here. He said this is not corruption, but the system itself. The government of Hungary is not afraid to do such activities, and they don't believe they are corrupt. They are open, they are honest, they don't even try to hide. When we had the socialist government and there was a scandal, at least we could see that they felt bad about it. I don't know if they drew certain conclusions, but we could actually react to what the socialist government did because there was a dialogue at that time. And now it's interesting how we, the opposition, can initiate a dialogue with a government who is not afraid to be corrupt. And this government can make the society accept that this is not corruption, this is our policy, this is our politics. And I'm very happy that Attila analyzed the value structure of Hungarian society. However, we have to be very careful here, because if we want to examine the responsibility of politics and political parties, I believe that the opposition has to be committed in the fight of corruption, not only because they want to change the government, but because they want to make it meaningful. Maybe the fight against corruption is not the best message, but if you're not committed to it, and if you are not committed to change a government and create a new constitutional democracy, and come back to the Third Republic, we have to fight corruption in order to make the change of the government meaningful. And corruption, it goes hands in politics today in Hungary. We cannot be immune to this. If the opposition comes to power, they do have to make the necessary reforms in the system, and the opposition has to be deeply committed to combat corruption, not only the extreme form of corruption, which is easy to fight, but also we have to fight the cultural norms which have been prevailing since the change of the regime, and as a result, we've become an extremely corrupt party. But we have to gain the trust of the voters and we have to promise them that we are able to make a non-corrupt government. Thank you. We made reference to the words by András Lánci. Péter Tölgyesi referred to him as well this morning. He said that these sentences are positive because they are open words about the systematic corruption of Hungary. Péter Tölgyesi had his part of his presentation about how the voters of government see corruption. And I believe that this material will be available on the website of Transparency International Hungary. Now I would like to give the floor to Gábor Stout. And probably you've seen the billboards of Jobbik.
And of course, feel free to react to whatever has been said before. And also, my original question is still there. How do you see the past few years' evolutions or trends? Well, all of us are using the informal you in Hungarian, so I hope that is okay. So I think you are now entering the street that was where the pavement was paved by Fidesz, the ruling party. And for example, in Budapest, we wanted to be able to buy commercial surfaces, advertising surfaces in Budapest, for example, in the public transport, but that is controlled 100% by the party, and so we were limited in where we could place or I'm sorry, did you say? I'm not sure you said that you were buying the advertising surfaces in a non-market defined, a non-market price. You said it's not the market price. No. What I was saying that it is an old history, an old trend. I was not the person in charge of buying these advertising surfaces, like for placing or billboard and such. I was saying that even at the market price, you cannot get it. And then the journalist asked whether Jobbik in fact got the billboard places, for less than the market price, which would be interesting from the point of view of the government, because actually Mr. Simichka, who we have discussed, owns these places. Anyway, and now the translator returns to what the speaker says. So basically the idea is that we hear that the corruption costs are, increasing. In a given case, referred to the Voldemort case, it was reported that there's 90% of corruption cost for a given deal. So you pay 10% to get something done, and you pay 90% to the politician. Anyway, the essential point is that it is only businesses and business actors or individuals who are selected by the government who can become, business people or businessmen or successful businesses. For example, offshore companies have a privilege defined by an economic committee in the Hungarian government to make 100,000 million in profits after shady deals for granting people citizenship in Hungary, coming from other countries. This is the money involved is many orders of magnitude higher than the money stolen in the movie The Wolf of Wall Street. For example, I asked the number of cases. We asked a figure from the Central Investigating Agency, KEHI, KEHI. This is an agency that is closely linked to the government, and they said that the order of magnitude of the cases amounts to 50,000 billion Hungarian forints. And, you know, indictments or court sentences were barely non-existent. So there were cases, for example, where the court approved a case where the CEO of a state-run company made the point in his defense that well, he signed a given corruption deal, he gave his signature, but he signed no matter what was put on his table. And so he was free to leave with this justification. Okay, yes, we have talked about these issues with the participation of Mr. Ligeti, and there'll be another conference soon, and I would like to encourage everybody who's interested to come to this other conference with some of the same participants who talked before. And I would like to give the floor to Peter Juhász, who also has a history in calling attention to corruption, especially in the central district of Budapest. Yeah. And I would like to come back to your first question, your first phrase. First of all, I would like to say hello to everybody sitting in the room, people from Budapest, Hungary, and also people from abroad representing everybody else. And yes, you are more or less young in this room, and András Horváth also raised the hands. But I want to ask who has actually took the trouble to report corruption, because I know András Horváth. So didn't have you not seen cases of corruption? So I can see 4 people who raised their hands, so they actually took the trouble to report corruption in real life. So 66% believe that they could do something against corruption, but I want to call attention to the fact that actually there is like 14% of people who say that they did or would. Hatházi, everybody knows his name, although he is originally a veterinary doctor, and he has become an expert in corruption, and he has taken many people to court. And also Jávor Benedek from Párbeszéd Party, and there's me. I never saw corruption before, but when I became a politician, I had to learn about the thing, and I started many court cases to request information from the authorities, and feel free to come to me if you want to shed light on corruption, and I'll teach you how, and also you'll find the tools on the internet. Also, you can start out with the website of Transparency International. Okay, and what's your success rate? So what is the percentage of the cases that you took action on where you had success? Well, there's a difference between politicians and citizens. There are at least 2 people or 3 people who are presidents, chairmen of small parties that took action against corruption. It is well worth the trouble to fight corruption. You'll get at least political rewards, even if you won't get any financial rewards. The reason is that the state is now captured by the ruling party Fidesz. The police will not investigate unless they are called on to do so by Fidesz. Even if you put down, a file full of documents on the table of a policeman or of a prosecutor, and they will not initiate an investigation, even if you put the proof down on the table, and even if they have some investigation, the courts will not deliberate. But nevertheless, in the media, it is that the media is an arena where you can be successful with this, and you'll spread the message. And for example, I was very happy to see that Mr. Rogan has become one of the most refused politicians today. Due to the fact that many articles have been published and many debates have been launched on his corruption deals. Okay, talking about corruption, when you talk about Fidesz, corruption is a very minor thing. It's a minor thread or a theme in the activities of Fidesz, because it's not simple corruption. It's basically robbery. It's like, this oligarch or the business favored by Fidesz can come with, an offer you can't refuse. We are going to buy your company today, and you can pay. You'll receive something close to the market value. But if you don't agree, then you will come back tomorrow and the day after, and you'll be taken, to court. And it's blackmailing. Human lives are destroyed to secure their benefit, their financial gain. I think it is not corruption. It's not corruption, but basically much more serious than that. It's a criminal matter, and that's why we need to have a change of government, which needs to amount to a regime change. As long as the Fidesz is in government, none of the Hungarian politicians will ever be successful in fighting corruption, because we do not have the tools. The state itself has been captured by Fidesz, the ruling party, and it is the very republic that is impacted, and it is our responsibility as politicians to offer an alternative to the voters that they can actually like and that they can believe in, so that they will put us into power, so that we can put independent people at the helm of independent institutions. And that's the point where we can really start fighting corruption in an efficient level, and that will involve actually taking many people to court and eventually to prison. The reason I decided to ask Mr. Bárándy, the latest, who represents the Socialist Party, I was curious to see what is the amount of criticism that he would get, his party would get. But if the other gentlemen fail to do so, I still would like to do, because the mainstream narrative that we hear all the time is that, I know how much the previous government stole as well, even though Mr. Gergely Karácsony said that at least they had the decency to act sorry after it. But still, we know that there has been a history of corruption in previous governments as well. And, Attila Juhász said in his introductory lecture by saying that, clarifying and investigating and sanctioning corruption has been missing from the Hungarian political arena. I think you also, as a party, have had some responsibility here. So how do you see this very responsibility?
Valóban,
én egyébként nem csodálkozom és nem számítottam olyan nagy vitára, hiszen azt látjuk mindahányan, hogy, és ezzel kezdte talán mindenki, hogy az a típusú korrupció, ami ma van, az egészen más, mint ami eddig volt. És hadd kérdezek akkor én is vissza
previous ways of corruption. Can I have
volt valaha Magyarországon, Európában, Európán kívül olyan kormány, ahol ne lett volna korrupció? Mindenhol volt, nálunk is volt. És azt gondolom, hogy sajnos egy természetes velejárója a dolognak, ugyanúgy, ahogy általában a bűnözés a társadalomnak, ugyanúgy a kormány, aki közel kerül a jóhoz, a húsos fazékhoz, onnan mindig lesznek olyanok, akik kísértésnek áldozatul esnek, és elvisznek belőle jogszerűtlenül bizonyos
százalékot. Ez nálunk is volt, és kétségtelenül így van. De ez nagyon távol áll attól, mint ami most van, amikor gyakorlatilag én fogalmazok úgy, hogy egy bűnöző állammal állunk szemben. És igazán a Juhász Péternek abban, a korrupció egy szegmense ennek. Valóban a zsarolás, valóban a személyi egzisztenciáknak az ellehetetlenítése, és sok minden hozzátartozik ahhoz, amit ma a kormány eszközként használ, vagy eszközrendszerként használ. Nálunk valóban voltak korrupt cselekmények, de a Fidesz, és emlékezzenek vissza, vagy emlékezzetek vissza, hol kezdődik el az, ami egyébként Olaszországban már lényegesen korábban megtörtént, Magyarországon 98-99 táján, amikor a politika kriminalizálódni kezd. Ez volt a kisgazdákkal kapcsolatban a szabadügy, az első óriási felzúdulás, amikor egy államtitkárt elvittek börtönbe. Előzetes letartóztatásba helyeztek. Nem volt ilyen még addig. Mindenki tudta, hogy itt vannak ilyen cselekmények, ilyen nem volt. És a Fidesz nagyon szisztematikusan használta a politikát, vagy kriminalizálta a politikát, és ha jogos volt, ha nem, rásütötte a politikai ellenfeleire a korrupció bélyegét. Azért tudom ezt most már kicsit múlt időben mondani, és nem felmentve azt, aki ilyen cselekményt közülünk is elkövetett, nyilvánvalóan ezt nem elfogadható, hogy felmentő ítéletek során született ezekben az ügyekben, amikben a Fidesz feljelentést tett. Több felmentő ítéletünk van, mint amennyi marasztaló a politikai érdekkörbe tartozó, vagy a politikai érintettségű büntetőügyekben. Mi a legfőbb ügyésznek egyébként ezt tettük föl kérdésként, hogy mondja már meg a legfőbb ügyész úr, hogy a fenében lehetséges az, hogy olyan rettenetesen büszke a 97, akárhány százalékos váderedményessége, és meglátjuk, hogy majd hova alakul, de hogy a politikai érintettségű ügyekben nem lesz 50% fölött a váderedményesség, azt tudni. Tehát az, hogy a korábbi kormányok korrupciós szintje milyen volt, én azt gondolom, hogy ma objektíven nem tudja senki megítélni, pontosan ezért, mert rengeteg olyan ügyben is farkast kiáltottak, ahol egyébként az én meglátásom szerint nem kellett volna, vagy nem lehetett volna. A másik, ami ugye a folyamatot illeti
csak mielőtt még tovább mész a másikra, hogy az, hogy a ti kormányzásokat követően a Fideszes elszámoltatás során nem született több elítélés, vagy elítélő bírói döntés, az mennyiben hitelesíti jobban ezt az időszakot, mint amikor ti kezdtétek azzal, hogy az előző Orbán kormánynál korruptabbak, meg nem látott a világ, és majd elszámoltatjátok őket, és akkor sem születtek ilyen bírói ítéletek.
Sőt, ügyészi váderedményesek nem születtek, csak szeretném mondani, és ez a nagy különbség. Ugyanaz a legfőbb ügyész volt, aki ma van. Ott az ügyészségi szinten akadtak el a büntetőeljárások, a legfőbb ügyész nem volt hajlandó vádat emelni, tehát ki sem derülhetett az, hogy akkori kormányzati politikusokkal szemben, tehát az első Fidesz kormány esetén egyébként megállt volna-e a vád vagy sem. Most eljutott, ugye, mivel hogy a legfőbb ügyész ezeket az ügyeket tolta, eljutott bírósági szakba, és a bírósági tárgyalás után jogerősen mentette föl a többséget ezeknek az embereknek. Ez egy óriási különbség, én azt gondolom. Ha ott eljutott volna a bírói szakba, akkor lehetett volna azon vitatkozni, hogy mondjuk az első Orbán kormány működése és a mi 2002 és 2010 közötti működésünk között volt-e érdemi különbség, de azt is hozzá kell tennem, hogy nem ott van az igazi érdemi különbség, hanem a 2010 utáni időszak és a 90 és 2010 közötti időszak között. Az, amit egyébként Lánci András mondott, és nem tudom dicsérni, megmondom őszintén. Azt legfeljebb igen, hogy egyfajta életlátásra val. Hasonló ez az államcsínyhez, ugye? Hogyha sikeres, akkor ez egy sikeres forradalom. Ha elbukik, akkor ugye bennek börtönbe azok, akik ezt csinálták. Most valami hasonlót látunk, a társadalmat kívánja a Fidesz átalakítani azokkal a módszerekkel, amikről itt beszélünk. Ha ez sikeresen megtörténik, lehet, hogy akkor annak más következménye nem lesz, és Lánci András erre utalt, csak az a probléma, hogy ő nem tette hozzá azt, hogy ez egy rendkívül negatív és elítélendő módszer és folyamat. Tehát ezt úgy kezelte, hogy valójában a korrupció akkor, hogyha ez egy társadalmi átalakulás miatt történik, akkor az rendben van. Holott szerintem nem erről van szó. Arról van szó, hogy lehet, hogy a jelenség, amit leírt, az igaz, na de csak egy példát hadd mondjak, és utána tényleg rengeteg megközelítési
módja van ennek a témának, de hogy lassan már szinte sikké válik a dolog. Csak egy nagyon rövid történet. Volt feleségem, akkor még feleségem, álsorban valamiért. És azt hallgatta, hogy egy előtte lévő, szép öltönyben lévő fiatal ember, az direkt úgy, hogy ugye a körülött álló főleg ő hallja, elmondta, hogy a Budapest-Belgrád vasútvonallal kapcsolatban, és egy telefonon beszélt valakivel, a helyettes államtitkárral majd ezt fogja beszélni, akkor azt úgy intézik el, nem probléma, hogy a jogszabály így van, mert azt majd meg fogjuk változtatni, stb. Majd hátrafordult a feleségem, hogy nem jönne el vele ebédelni. Szóval egy ilyen csajozós dumának szánta a dolgot, de a feleségem mondta, hogy nem, és ő bemutatkozni egyébként, neki elsápadt és elment. De mint egy büszke rá, hogy ő ilyen folyamatoknak a része, ő ezt fölvállaltan csinálja, és ő neki ez egy pozitívumként. De nem is értem, szóval én azt tudom csak erre mondani, hogy ma már szinte sikké vált az, hogy valaki ebben az állami korrupcióban részt tud venni, mert attól nagy ember, hogy ennek ő részese. És ez egy óriási probléma szerintem.
Köszönöm szépen. Hatházi Ákosnak adnám meg még a lehetőséget, hogy reagáljon az előbb elhangzottakra is, mert ugye ő az elején volt ennek a körnek, és utána az idő előre haladtára való tekintettel megint megadnám önöknek is a lehetőséget, hogy kapcsolódjanak be. Természetesen nekem is vannak még kérdéseim, de legjobban annak örülnék, ha nem jutna már rájuk idő, mert átvennék ezt a szerepet önök. Tehát Ákos után remélem elindul majd a mikrofon a teremben. Természetesen a hozzászólás is ér, de akkor megkérem önöket, hogy vegyék viszonylag rövidre, kérdéseket pedig nagyon fogunk örülni.
Well, I could react to what Mr. Barandi said, but I prefer not to do that today. I have done it many times and will continue to do so in the future. But I think it has to be clear that in the time frame in front of us, the main job of the opposition parties is to get the change of government done. I mean, this is our main job. So I think it is clear that we have wasted many years by criticizing each other instead of criticizing the government. There is room for criticism, but also we have to, find the right time and the right proportion. Nevertheless, coming back to the past few years, the difference is not only in the order of magnitude, because corruption is obviously much, much greater than it used to be before, but also the way it is done, there's a brashness about it. The government seems not even to be bothered slightly by the appearance of corruption. They don't care if it's evident. For example, the so-called Öveges program would be this was going to be a project in public education, and I took the issue to court, and it was the result of about 1 week's investigation. And even though I didn't have a background here because I was a veterinary doctor. Yeah, but if you were spending your time researching the databases, did you have the time to actually focus on the dog that you were about to operate on? Well, I did not do multitasking. It was between the two, dogs to attend to, or at night in my free time. But still, individuals can do. I was working from open, publicly accessible databases, and I encourage everyone to do so. Actually, I do that all the time. Also, you can peruse the public procurement report or bulletin, which is a public database, and it is, we should be we should have gratitude to the European Union, because it is the EU that requested the country to be, to publish these publicly accessible reports. And so one way I did was I entered certain words in the search field of the database, such as Roma. And so there I found, the money spent by the supposedly independent Roma advocacy group, which was actually money laundering or quasi-money laundering institution of the government. And so I found the money spent on the Opel Corsas boat by this Quango. This is something everybody could do. And yes, it's a good thing to work together with investigative journalists. And in the end, the government tries to suppress these independent media outlets. If the opposition media outlets are closed down, then 60% or 80% of the citizens will not hear of events such as the former chair of this Quango being taken in handcuffs to prison, Mr. Florian Farkas, that's the name. And Transparency also made lots of research. And we have to take this to a level where people will be bothered. There was a question asked by a survey firm a few days back when people said that the greatest threat they experience is migration and corruption. Well, we have to make sure that corruption is seen to be the major threat to the working of of government by even more Hungarians, and it's our responsibility. Well, I would like to thank you for all your nice remarks on the opposition media, such as my TV program. But I think it's not very elegant to say, I could be arguing with Mr. Barandi, but I will not do that today. I think it's not nice. Either you take the trouble to criticize and argue with him, or you don't, but don't try to do one and its opposite at the same time. Okay, it is not personally criticizing Gergely Barandi or the Socialist Party. It's more like what is generally, the pattern. There's a way to shed light on another. Starting again. So there is a practice that whenever we could talk about a given corruption issue, we will start talking about something else. And it used to be the case that Fidesz and the socialists went hand in hand doing the corruptions and shady deals, and they also took the trouble to not be talking about the real cases, and whenever there was talk of a corruption scandal, they always started to talk about other cases, and then they took the trouble to organize an arrangement where the police didn't do its job properly and so forth. So there were strategies to divert attention away from the existing cases. Well, I think Mr. Barandi referred to a number of, court cases that did not end in indictment. I think this really shed light on the efficiency on the Hungarian judiciary. Well, I have to argue here the efficiency of the judiciary is still more or less exempt from the harm done by Fidesz, and I still trust the work of the Hungarian judiciary, and that's more or less the only walk of Hungarian public life that is still relatively intact. And well, let me just briefly refer to a case where I acted as a defense lawyer. Where it was clear that the prosecutor's office failed to do its job properly, and the judge actually reminded the prosecutor to certain deficiencies in the prosecutor's position, and it was clear that the prosecution didn't really want to carry out its job. Well, of course, you're more of an expert in issues related to the judiciary and justice, the field of justice as such. So what I really referred to was the prosecutors and the police, and not the judiciary as such. Okay, I would like to encourage you now to ask questions. Please talk into the mic. Yes, I refer to the statement of Mr. Lanzi, the Dean of Corvinus University, who said that corruption is now not a minor offense but the essence of governmental policy. But I still think that we should bear these semantic issues in mind. I know certain cases where, for example, a major actor in mining in Hungary carried out deals like this. We should still make the semantic difference between robbery and corruption, because corruption is a global phenomenon today. But what, for example, was described by Mr. Peter Juhász, and I have seen it elsewhere myself, is actually more than just corruption. I don't know if you agree. Well, the problem with these stories, I have heard many myself, is that there's nobody to actually prove them. So somehow the way it happens to people, they are not in a position to, take this to court. Well, we can call this rumors, but when I hear it from the person who was at a risk, but actually there are many people in Hungary who today cannot assume the risk of going to the court or going to the police because their life or the life of their families is at risk. There are too many people who have had people among their acquaintances who had to leave the country, who were forced to leave the country due to such risks. Or, for example, if you refer to the case of a mine, there was the case of János Zarándok, who was a competitor of Mr. Győző Orbán, and we know what happened to them. They lost all their businesses and so forth. Well, in such a case, why did you not use the case where you use this tool against your fight to you sued yourself when fighting Mr. Tamás Deutsch on a drug use issue. Well, these people were obviously either cowards, and they didn't dare take me to court even though I provoked them profoundly, referring to the the corrupt politicians. And
my first question is to Gábor. You said you didn't receive a surface to have your billboards, but I think the reason for that was due to the anti-Brussels campaign by the government. But I think that if you were given a place, even within market conditions, the next day you would have had the tax authority coming to your place and audit your party. So that's the case in Hungary. And Antonia Mészáros mentioned that we had very important presentations this morning. I would like to refer back to one because you are here representing the parties in parliament. And one of the professors this morning said that there is a systematic corruption in Hungary, but in order to change this corruption, we will need systematic changes. So a simple change of the government or certain coalitions, forming of certain coalitions, will not mean the efficient fight of corruptions. You would have to remodel the institutions systematically to be able to fight corruption effectively. The microphone goes to the lady on the left. Thank you very much. I would like to have a question about the instrumentalization. Can you please introduce yourself? My name is Flora Borak, former president of the Student Council, and I am a political analyst. And how would you define the definition of corruption? Do you think there is a way to reach out and disrupt the voters of Fidesz? Do you have a special person whom you target your question? So how can you define corruption so that this new definition would make people interested in corruption? This is a typical question, and I am very mad when I hear this question because this is a wrong question. It's not true that people are not interested in corruption. Of course, you can measure how often they click on or don't click on news about corruptions. Yes, that's measurable, but I do believe that people are basically interested in corruption. All the surveys show that people are very much upset about corruption and are interested in corruption, and I am lucky enough to have or to used to have a normal job where I could meet everyday people, and I know everyday people and I talk to them and I know and they tell me that they care about corruption. And as I've said, the opposition itself is problematic, because we are all responsible for this government staying, and we have a responsibility in not changing this government as an opposition. And the government has to use certain political tools, because let me refer back to me being a vet. The government is so open about its activities, and the novelty is that if there would be a change of the government, the current members of the government were put into jail. Geza Finster said it was difficult to catch such cases. Yes, such cases used to be difficult to catch. Just think of the cases I referred to previously, namely Florian Farkas and the Üveges project. And the government manipulates the masses, and the media join it. But I don't believe people are not interested in corruption. I think that you are really authentic to say that even dogs are interested in corruption. You personally and your party deals with corruption. Do you feel that your popularity is increasing by this anti-corruption activity? That's another question. Again, let me be a little bit more informal. Our internal medicine professor used to have very boring presentations. I learned only one single thing. He shared with us the story that one of his older colleagues made a mistake, but then the patient survived this mistake. But my professor said that there is a difference between the patient getting better because of this mistake or despite of this mistake. Well, the number of our supporters, well, I don't know that we can really find a relation between our anti-corruption work and we got into the parliament with 1% because our party was broken into two parts, and I don't think that we should manipulate masses. I believe that we have to give reasons to the public. Thank you. I would like to come back to Péter Juhász, but Karácsony indicated that he wanted to make a contribution, so I'd like to give the floor to him.
A minor thing, and it is also a semantic issue, but we should talk about politics in a different light, not only about corruption. You, Ákos, you have just said that you used to have a proper job before working as a vet, but now you're a politician. Of course, that's a proper job. And people say that politicians are stealing. People say that socialists steal. People say, we as politicians are all corrupt. But as long as people believe that, the situation will be created where people who do not want to steal or to be corrupt will be discouraged from, becoming politicians. So I think we have to change our language as well as. We should make it clear that it is possible for people to take the job of a politician while remaining decent human beings. And politicians need to find a way to have a pride for being politicians who serve their country. And of course, there are a number of other professions. You need the journalists, you need investigative journalists, you need the citizens to do their job as well. But we cannot have a double standard. We need to have and we have to start by also changing the language. Ákos, you should be proud of being a politician and an MP. Now asking you again, and also Mr. Gábor Staud, you were criticized. Okay, Jobbik was criticized, and also before that, LMP was criticized for having a campaign saying that politicians are embezzling funds, they are stealing, they are being corrupt. And now, Jobbik, you have this campaign, and before that, Gergely Karácsony also had this campaign. What do you think about this? Well, you can see that the campaign started by Jobbik, which basically says that Fidesz politicians are stealing people's money. And I think Fidesz is not happy about that. You can see that by the fact that they are trying to override the billboards. But basically, you Jobbik guys, you are now using Mr. Šimicska's campaign billboard places that are owned by Mr. Šimicska. It was possible to buy for me on the market price the advertising or billboard surfaces. It costs a lot of money. And anyway, coming back to this, we have all seen the figures. The double standards and the public discourse is relativizing this field, and we have to revert back to common sense and the very simple logic of rewarding public figures who are trying to fight the system or swimming against the current. And it's like I find myself, using words where I kind of apologize for being a politician, but I think that's not correct. Okay, we'll come back to the issue of, you know, trying to. Okay, let's not see this remark be dropped. You are buying a service, we are buying a service from this given businessman, Mr. Šimička. We are against the Fidesz, so there are limits to where we can place the billboards. I don't think this is ground for reaching all sorts of conclusions. Anyhow, Fidesz has been an central part of these basically almost 30 years of governance by now. Fidesz and MSP was there at the very heart of all these battles, and you know, these are topics that these parties try to attract voters by saying that, okay, we are like the smaller of the two evils. Fidesz said this at given times, and MSP, the socialists, said this at other times. Like, okay, Fidesz is doing the same today, they are using the same strategy. Like, okay, maybe some money is stolen, but at least we are still protecting the people from migrants, you know, whereas the money spent on the fence is stolen, and also there are different accusations by opposition media that, you know, the guns or the ammunition were stolen and so forth. It's not so important. This is what the Fidesz is claiming. And it is very difficult to avoid the impression that, you know, that sums say 4 or 5 times the state debt. It's at least $300 million that we're speaking of here. So we are. There's no country in the European Union where more money was stolen and taken to tax havens. So yes, corruption is there. It has been a constant factor, but still, people should take the trouble to check how much corruption has taken place. This reminds me of the short story by Karinti, the Hungarian writer, who, in the story, when people have a choice between Jesus and Barabbas, they choose Jesus individually, but the crowd will say Barabbas altogether. And so I think people should not use a double standard, and we should find the ways to say what we mean, practice what we preach, and so forth. So we need change, and this change has to be, you know, implemented. I think it was Gergely yourself who said that we need the change and we need to find the ways to get